your weekend going?
God of War series coming up.
Nice.
Triple H is playing God of War.
Yet it is. You are first today. Good to see you. Hope you've been good. We got Crimson in here with us. I love when you guys chat about like small town things. You got to stay in the loop. They've been trying to sell that place for the last decade plus. Sam said that it was definitely paid off. So that's weird that they would try to sell it though if it was paid off. But if you don't make money, you don't make money, right? Okay, guys, we are back in the kitchen today cooking some more yummy things. Get a snack, get a beverage, get settled in. It's going to be a few hours. And we got lots of good recipes to follow along with today. And then I'm just going to read what Yet It Is said because I really like your little story here. It says, in hindsight, I'm still kind of bummed that I didn't order the beef Wellington when I went to Hell's Kitchen in Las Vegas. It was expensive, so I got the beef short ribs instead. Everyone else I went with got the Wellington though, and it looked great, so I'm excited to see it get made today. Yeah, we had a chunk of the tenderloin in the freezer that we saved as a roast to be able to do this on stream. So I'm excited to make it today too. Kind of a test of our skills, let's say. We don't usually cook fancy food like this, but I think it's gonna turn out amazing. Yeah, that's true, I guess. At a certain age, you don't want to be in that type of industry anymore, right? And if you don't have any family that wants to take it over, you have to sell it. Oh, there was 3 burger places in a row. Interesting. Okay, so here's the menu for the day, guys, and then all of the recipes to go along with it. And then we're also crossing off a menu redemption for Samo today. He used up 50,000 of his pots and pans points and asked me to make a chocolate yummy dessert, which I didn't know what that was when he specified it on the note. So then I asked him, and then it ended up just being a dessert that we've made before on stream called Sex in a Pan, which is definitely a chocolate yummy dessert. That covers those words. If you've never had that before, think of layers starting at the bottom. It usually looks really nice if you make this in a glass pan because then you can see everything. But chocolate cookie crumb topped with layers of chocolate and vanilla pudding. There's even a layer of like a sweetened whipped cream cheese in there. And then you top it with some whipping cream and chocolate shavings, really whatever you want. Go crazy. But it is a very crazy, chocolatey, rich dessert. Not too much gluten in it though, so I am excited for that. You've had sex in a pan before, pal? How big was the pan? It was actually a pot. I love it. You guys are hilarious. Thank you for that. Okay, so there's that. That is a dessert, like straight up. I want to say from maybe the 80s or 90s. Very popular to bring to potlucks. That's what I can remember at least growing up when I was a kid. I always got so excited when I seen someone bring this. Could not wait for dessert. Okay, so to go with our beef Wellington, let's go back to that. We're going to make some garlic shrimpies to go with it today because we have leftover shrimps from last weekend's stream. A Bearnaise sauce to go with it. So think hollandaise sauce, really buttery and rich, but we're gonna lighten it up a bit with some tarragon. There's a bit of vinegar in there too. And it just goes delicious with boiled potatoes, our side of broccolini, and then our beef. Should bring that all together really nice. So yeah, like I said, a bit of a test in our skills today. We got to make a mother sauce, we got to make beef Wellington, and a whole layered dessert. We got this. Let's see how long it's going to take us. Hello, Shady Pines. How are you doing today? We got some warm weather today, guys. It feels like spring. Finally. But I guess we did just turn over, right? First day of spring was yesterday. Okay, let's go through all the recipes, make our prep list, and away we go. Christopher Price Music, hello. How are you doing today? Did everyone have a good week? I can't believe how fast it went by. I picked up an extra shift yesterday. I was way too tired to stream after that. when we got home, so that's why we were not around. And I'm also gonna say probably going forward, I'm gonna skip Friday streams. I don't know. I'll let you guys know, but we're getting a little bit busy and hectic with our new jobs and moving, and I need to focus on that too without getting burnt out. 18 Celsius there, but the wind is ripping. That's a no thank you for me. As soon as the wind is ripping, count me out. I hate wind. I don't know what it is. Maybe my ears are too sensitive. Hi, Michael. We got Squidge in here. He's on time. Like a couple minutes late, but we'll let you trickle in. Like when you show up to high school class, like 5 minutes late, and the teacher, like, they give you the stern look so you know, but you're still allowed to be in class that day. Was minus 12 yesterday and now you have plus 18? This weather is nuts. You're drowning deep in a sea of negative emotions. That sounds pretty serious. I mean, I would urge you to get professional help if you are at a point where you are having some thoughts like that. I'm not a therapist. I listen to a certain extent of what people are going through, but this is definitely not a place to trauma dump, please, because we all have our own things that we are dealing with. Yeah, write a song. Try writing stuff down. Get a journal. Write out your feelings and thoughts. It's really helpful, especially if you can't afford to get help like myself. There's a lot of different things that you can find on the internet as free resources to help ourselves out like that. Okay, guys. Beef Wellington. I think we got to start with this, at least the first step or so. And then we'll loop back to our dessert probably. And then once that dessert is all layered up and chilling in the fridge, then we can go back to our late lunch, early dinner. You just recently got out of the loony bin after being checked in voluntarily. I'm proud of you for taking that step for yourself. That is a really, it takes a lot of courage to do that. So good job, dude. Okay, Gordon Ramsays Beef Wellington, linked from his website. Aw, Chester. I freaking love Chester. Ingredients. I don't have a 2 times 400 gram beef fillet. I just have a 1 times whatever weight beef fillet. But it might be around 400 grams. It's gonna only be a 2-person portion. It'll be a nice little wrapped up morsel of meat. But what we are gonna do is the mixture of wild mushrooms, the Parma ham or prosciutto to go around that. So that is one of our first steps. Is actually first we're gonna wrap that beef in cling film or plastic wrap to get it more in a cylindrical shape. It's kind of square right now, a little bit flat on one side. So I'll show you guys how to get it shaped more evenly so that when we do go to roast it in the oven in the pastry, it actually bakes evenly. You won't have like gray steak and then raw steak on one side. We don't want that. Mary, welcome in. Better late than never. Everyone's slowly filing in. Mickey, you're back. The internet is back in commission. I loved that story. I mean, I didn't love this story for your circumstance, but the fact that you told us that was so funny because literally like a couple of weeks ago, someone drove into an overpass here. But that's not as bad, I guess, as knocking out everyone's internet in the area. Okay, so we're going to wrap our beef. Let's write this down so we don't forget our steps because there is quite a few. Wrap. And then we're going to sear it. So make it browned on all sides. Not cooking it through at all at this point. And then after the beef is seared in the pan, from there we're going to cook all of our mushrooms. So if you've never had beef Wellington before, think of this. That morsel of beef inside, coated in wild mushrooms that have been like chopped up and cooked. So it's like almost a puree of sorts. It's called duxelle if you want a fancy French word for it. And then Gordon goes one step farther and wraps that part in prosciutto, so it kind of keeps everything together rather than the mushroom juices like flowing out into the pastry. And then on top of that, we wrap it in our puff pastry and then we bake it. So it sounds like it's really in-depth, but it's actually pretty simple. That's nuts, pal. When your bro crashed your car, he knocked out power for like 300 people. Just go to every house. I am sorry. Sorry about that. He got half of your broadband wire on top of his van. He needed it more than you did, okay? Oi, Liana, welcome in. Where's the feta? No feta this weekend, but maybe next weekend. I got some pesto and like sun-dried tomato. I was thinking maybe a pasta salad. Sun-dried tomatoes and feta. Yummo. Okay, keep going on our list with the beef. Mushrooms. We'll go prosciutto next. Just reading his last steps here. So once it's wrapped in pastry, just write down that last step, we should chill that all together in one big package, so the meat and everything inside of the pastry, for about 30 minutes, just to set it up. That way you won't have all of your butter cook out of the pastry. And while the oven is heating up for us too, that makes sense. And then it is going to bake at, it says 200 degrees Celsius. So what, like 410 degrees Fahrenheit, something around there, for only 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a higher temp so that you can get the pastry puffing up and golden. But at the same time, we don't want to cook our steak until it's well done, right? We want it nice and medium rare. So it really doesn't take long, which is why this is going to be important for us to be organized with our other side dishes. But nice thing about this is once it's wrapped, you can just leave it in the fridge until you're ready to bake it for the last 15 minutes and just make sure everything else for your sides is also good to go, and then you won't stress at all. Did I cut my hair? All I did was put a clippy in. I just twisted it and put a clip today because I was being lazy, Mary. But yeah, it looks a lot shorter, hey, when I do it like this. Okay, so that's our beef. So something that sounds scary but is not super scary. In total, like with his sauce that he makes with it, there's 11 steps. Not bad. The tattoo looks new. Nope, that one is old. That's my first one, actually. Well done. Well, some people like meat well done. And isn't that like a thing if you're pregnant, you have to eat well done meat just out of like risk for foodborne illnesses? But I wouldn't eat well done meat unless I had to. But we try not to judge how other people eat here. Okay, into our sides. So I'm just going to quickly write down here because the potatoes are really easy. Just wedge them up into a pot, boil them with some salt. So I'll put potatoes boil. And then we also have broccolini. The broccolini I might roast just to keep too much stuff from being on the stovetop. Because we'll have our potatoes and our sauce up there, and then we can have the meat and the broccolini in the oven together. Kind of split that up. You forget I have tattoos. It's because I hide them, right? Like I don't have like a sleeve or anything like that. They're all in a lot of places that most people would not see. Okay, that's that. And then our Bearnaise sauce. Who in chat has had Eggs Benedict before or something with hollandaise on it? It's pretty much the same thing. We've made this lots before on stream together by scratch. I think we've also done maybe a blender time or two. but we'll just make it by hand today. We'll need some butter, egg yolk. Can't forget our tarragon. That is the most important part, and that's a really yummy green herb, like earthy, kind of like licorice-y flavor, but not so much like fennel. You used to be a head chef at a restaurant for about 5 years. You have opinions on food, but we won't judge anyone. Facts. That is a great statement. Your lunch sausage was a little well done. You were doing other stuff and forgot about it for a few minutes. So it was more charred than you liked, but maybe not burnt. Okay, this is a long list today. Maybe I wrote too many things down though. Lastly is our dessert. I don't even know if I can fit everything on this one little piece of paper. So our first layer is our chocolate crumb. Just press into the bottom of the pan like how you would do a cheesecake crust. And then we'll make our custard base. For this recipe, you are more than welcome to use Jell-O pudding packs or instant pudding packs, whatever brand you want. For vanilla and chocolate layers, I'm just gonna make a big batch of vanilla custard today from scratch, and then flavor one as vanilla. We'll split it in half and then just mix in a bunch of chocolate to the other one. That, our cream cheese. I might get Samo to help me with this. And then lastly, the whipping cream. A lot of dairy. So let's say if you are lactose, do not eat this dessert. Do not eat it. I don't know if this dessert is known by any other names than sex in a pan, but that's what I know it as. Blondie, what's happening, dude? Good to see you in here this weekend. The job was very demanding. They wanted you to be the head cook and be the only one to do the prep. Sounds like you were smart to leave. You should never have to do two people's jobs. Does the menu have sex in the title? It does. And Twitch actually let me put it. Because I think lately, or usually when I try to put it, they would block it. Interesting. Nice, pal. You found some info. So this is on the dessert, guys. Although it's hard to pinpoint how the name came about, sex in a pan, the dish is also known as the Robert Redford dessert. The next best thing to Robert Redford and the better than sex dessert. That's funny, my step-grandpa's name was Ralph Redford. Sinfully rich, this pan dessert is similar to the chocolate delight with layers of cream cheese, whipped topping, 2 kinds of pudding on a simple baked shortbread crust. So there we go. His name was Robert. We have questions. Bonk, how are you doing? Happy weekend. You made it. Isn't he one of the founders of the Sundance Film Festival? Maybe it's a coincidence of names. We don't know. We're just trying to figure it all out, honestly. What was that guy really up to? Well, this is the statement that got me. The next best thing to Robert Redford? Oh no! Somebody was missing something and we don't gotta get into it. Alright. Indubitably. Yes. Let's get our meat out and get it wrapped up so that we can carry on with the rest of the day. I will get a cutting board and away we go. We packed it up on February 14th. Small cutting board, thing of plastic wrap. You just realized something. The origin of French fries is tied to Thomas Jefferson? What? I feel like it was in France. Was it not? Okay, so we're getting our layer of plastic ready. Should I do 2? I'm gonna say yes. Just for the fact, in case we go a little too tight, then we have the option that it won't let the juices out from the first layer. So we'll do 2. Now press them in together so there's not really any air pockets in there. There was an old cookbook, pal, that called Sex in a Pan the Delights of the Naked Stranger. What year is this going back to? What actually is the origin story of this dessert? Were people okay back then? Bear Wellington? Yo, I bet that it could probably be good. I've never eaten bear in my life, but I know some people that have. That's why I said probably be good. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Do we leave this piece on? I don't freaking know, I guess. It looks like it was supposed to be there. I don't know. But we'll just turn that over and pretend like no one saw that, and we'll put that down there. Don't try this at home. I'm just gonna wash my hands up. Suki, what were they smoking and why didn't they share it? Cookie, how long is this resub? And even with tier 2 at 70 months. Thank you so much, dude. I hope you're having a good week. So far, things are a-okay here. Okay, so maybe I should center this a bit. I'm just gonna flip it over because I already washed my hands. So that was a book from 2006 talking about vintage recipes. The first search you did said something about the 70s. Okay, I was guessing 80s, 90s. So close enough. Okay, so now what we're going to do with this, it's kind of centered in the middle. Tuck in the sides as best as you can, and then try to get it attached onto the other piece of plastic, nice and taut, so they'll stick together. Can already see how much that reformed it, right? So this is how it looks underneath. And then we're gonna twist in both of the edges. Some people do opposite way. Like I usually just go like this, either away from myself or you can go towards yourself. But you're just gonna roll, and then you can see how that's starting to also tuck in the ends. And now we have a perfect cylindrical little steak to wrap in the pastry. So then all I'm gonna do now is tie these ends, and that is gonna sit in the fridge. Gordon says, I think about half an hour or so. So not super long. Keep it nice and tight. It's a meaty Jolly Rancher. Definitely one of the more odd recipes. Meat and pastry. Ooh. Should we do a little bit of learning about where Wellington came from? Because we didn't do that. So that's how it looks. And that piece of meat was already all trimmed up, which is why I didn't do anything else to it, right? Because we got that from a whole roast, a whole piece of tenderloin, the primal cut. So we did all of that work when we first butchered it. But you might, if you get it from the butcher shop, have to trim a little bit of sinew off, because you wouldn't want that in there when you go to slice and eat it. He ended the trend of powered wigs, but those are so cool. Hi, Robster Craw. How are you? Your bro's going to Spain. Gotta stay home and look after the company. Mickey, you have to be the responsible one. Because what if later this year you want to go on vacation and then your brother can do the same thing for you? So good job. It's like a meat Danish, honestly. Okay. Let's learn before we go farther. Yeah, just shut it down. Sorry, closed until whatever time. Please return on this day. I like it. Can we blame Mish for this dish? We can. I don't know if she's here. Okay, listen to this. The wind is making my fan go. Can you hear that? Hello? Who's there? Turn on the hood vent. Okay, beef Wellington is a baked steak dish. Imagine reading that on a menu. We wouldn't order that. Baked steak. Of English origin, made out of filet steak, also known as beef tenderloin, and duck cells, like a mushroom, like a cooked mushroom paste of sorts, wrapped in short crust pastry. Some recipes include wrapping the contents in prosciutto or Parma ham, like ours does today, which will help retain moisture and prevent the pastry from getting soggy when it bakes, right? Because mushrooms are very wet. Classic recipes may include some pate. I have never had that in my life inside of a Wellington, but would be good if you enjoy that. Baked steak infused with cannabis. Right? We were picking the prosciutto today, Crimson, and we were like, pick up the first small pack. We're like, that's enough to wrap the meat, but not enough for us to have snacks. So we got the bigger one. Hello, oh my god. Happy Saturday. While historians generally believe that the dish is named after Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington, the precise origin of the name is unclear, and no definite connection between the dish and the Duke has been found. That's the most controversial statement ever. Mr. Sloth, thank you very much, my friend, for the 52 months in a row being part of the kitchen crew. Happy Saturday to you too. Hope you're doing good. We're just going over the day. It's going to be a busy one. I find a lot of food history is quite muddled bonk. And I would say almost even more the things that originate here in North America. Is most of them have like 4 or 5 different scenarios that it could have originated from. So funny. No, I've never really looked deep into my family tree like that, but I think that would be interesting, hey? Let's take some stress off. Thank you so much. Not stressing. Whoa! I wasn't ready for that. Okay, we're gonna... If we go to this one, will it play the alert? Yes. Thank you. Wellington. Hello, Neil. We know lots of these names, too. Cookie! It's crazy. We're getting crazy in here already. Wait, yet it is got a gifted sub? Guys, they were first in stream today. So that's an amazing little bonus. One more. Mr. Slothman, thank you very much for 10 gifted subs that I can't even announce yet. So we gotta wait for another 5. Hello? I'm digging it out, 1 sec. Whoa. That's the hype chain. Guys, thank you very much for starting off the stream like this today. Mr. Slothman with the 10, Cookie with 1,609 bits, and then an anonymous gifter with another 5 gifted subs. Let's welcome everyone in. Like I said, we know lots of these names that got the gifted subs. I love when that happens. We got Eco Gastronome, Car Says, Shmeevy, M. Lasuk, Chase 1963, Yet It Is, Hoodaz, Charlie AW20, Looky Luso, and Christopher Price Music. Some of those people are in here right now. Amazing. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. Gonna keep scrolling down. We welcomed in Neil. Hi, Cooking Girl. Happy weekend. Is it Break Kate Day? It might. And then the 5 randoms. Karen L. Hatch, Meroego Tech, Toothed Buck, Lady Death, and Wall Street Brian. Guys, welcome in to the kitchen crew. If you've never been here before, hello. I'm Kate. We're going to be cooking up some good stuff today. Elvis Presley is your 10th cousin, 8 removed. Like, actually, you've been filling in your family tree. One side goes back to 340. That is so cool. I always like to imagine what life would be like back then. Hey? Small world, for sure. Guys, thank you very much for the hype train. Okay, so we got our meat wrapped. We're on level 4 hype train. Cross off the list. I'm gonna go get my watch so I can set a timer. I feel like that's gonna be helpful to keep us on track today. Gotta channel our inner Gordon Ramsay.
Yay!
Thank you, Cooking Girl, for the 600 bits. Guys, very generous. Thank you for all the support. Before the craziness started, we were doing some learning about beef Wellington today. And it possibly is named after the first Duke of Wellington, but nobody can confirm. There's a mention of filet of beef a la Wellington in the LA Times 1903. Cooking Girl gifting the sub to Foxbert. Thank you very much. Welcome in, Foxbert. Been doing spring cleaning today. Nice. Just order food and you're working too hard. Okay, so this is an older dish. Let me see if I can find anything else interesting about it before we carry on. Hello, Rocco guy. Welcome in. A boot it. That's where my Canadian really shows. Scaramouche. With the Prime sub 41 months in a row. Let's take a look at the sub goal. Because it's almost double crushed. You guys are nutty. Absolute nutters today. Thank you. Are you secretly Gordon Ramsay with an AI makeover? Imagine. What did we get? Nice. I got a hype chest, guys. Thank you for the level 4, 93%. Look at the cute emote I got. Mega Mlep. Okay, so there's also some French history to this dish. Because there's a variation in France called filet de boeuf en croûte. And en croûte means wrapped in pastry. So a lot of times you can also get this done in a version with salmon that's delicious. It usually doesn't have the mushrooms because that can be a bit weird with salmon, but it's often called salmon en croûte. That makes sense. Meat and pastry. Wrapping meat and pastry has a long history with examples like Cornish pasties dating back to the 14th century. I left a Google review on a burger place yesterday, so now I'm getting notifications from Google for other restaurants. Interesting. Okay, that's all we're going to read about this. He actually says to let the meat piece chill overnight. If you have time for that, by all means, do it up. But we are not doing that today. Okay, in the meantime, let's switch over to our dessert. Oh no. Oh no. There's too many pop-ups. I can't get to the page. This was wild. 5 stars from 165 votes. Wait, it even says this in the description. I didn't read it earlier. Also known as the chocolate dream dessert from Robert Redford, or the better than anything dessert. It's rich, rich. Scroll it down. We'll have to get our cream cheese out. One of the comments on this, my husband makes dessert once a year, and that's as his contribution for Christmas dinner. He's in the kitchen as I type this, constructing his first Sex in the Pan, and yelling to me how we're going to be having this every year because it's so easy with the best picture directions. Thanks for providing a recipe that did not require my presence as I get to relax in front of the fire. So, the dessert sounds like it's really in depth, but as you can hear from the comments, it's not that crazy. Wasn't that cute, Mary? And then another note, which I think is good. I made it and it was great. My husband doesn't like super chocolatey desserts, so I did this with just a plain graham crumb base, and it was good. Made up the difference with chopped pecans. Yum. That sounds so good, Mary. Maybe you'll make this for Todd, hey? Okay, so starting with the crust, 2 cups or so of our graham or chocolate cookie crumbs. We're gonna do a mixture of different ones today because, yeah, you guys know I'm clearing out my pantry. Excuse me, I'm not trying to buy really anything new. Dry throat, that was a lot of talking. So I'll mix that with some butter. Do we have to bake this? We do have to bake it. I was planning on maybe making this in a plastic container so we could see through, but sounds like we'll be making it in a metal one if it has to be baked. But I will say a glass pan is the best for this if you want to see all the layers. Okay. I'm not going to prepare this pan at all because it shouldn't really stick. Should be able to just scoop it out. Let's go grab our stuff. It's a Greek. I do need more water. I don't know why my throat's so dry. Maybe because all the snow is melted here now, and so it's like a literal dust town outside. How's Greek doing today? Okay, so we're gonna chocolatefy our crumbs with a little bit of cocoa. What else? Samo wanted some pecans in, so I'll put those. We have graham crumbs. I don't think that's quite 2 cups, so we'll blitz up some Biscoff because that's never a bad flavor. Your dad was a musician? Cool. Snow, mold, and dust isn't pleasant. That's probably it. Okay, so we got this. A little bit of cocoa. Biscoff to fill in the rest of the way. Let's get a bowl and then we'll measure out what we have here from the honey graham. And I'll have to get some butter melting. So they said 2 cups. Whoa. It was almost enough. We'll just need a few other cookies to fill it in. So close. Just put that in there for now. Yeah, I know that my clients have been feeling, excuse me, a little bit ill lately, so that might be it too. Hopefully not though, because I don't feel like getting sick right now. It's not sickness, it's just a dry throat. Just a bit annoying. Okay, so what do we think to fill in like a 3/4 of a cup and maybe a little bit extra for good measure? That looks good. Yeah, I actually think I did find a new job, guys. I mean, I'm waiting for the job offer to come in. They just did a little bit of switching around with the hiring managers. But it looks like I'll be working in Waterton for the summer, and that will start on May 1st. And then I actually got a message from the chef yesterday asking if Sam wanted to work there with me too. He saw that he applied, so we'll wait to hear back from that. And then we also heard back from our friend that works in the Okanagan in BC at a winery, Burrowing Owl, and they're looking for 2 people to join their staff. So we have that interview tomorrow, and hopefully we can make a decision after that.
I had the interview in Waterton. He's already messaged me.
Oh, I guess the Waterton chef already messaged Sam and he's doing an interview. Yeah, Waterton Greek. Prince of Wales Hotel. Thanks, guys. We got some options.
We really like it there. We had a really good time when we went there. So, I think we'll have fun.
Yeah. It's a very small mountain town. But something about going for a dip in the lake every night after work is very appealing to me, and just living on my mountain bike all summer. And yeah, the thing about those jobs is it's run by a really good company, and I think they'll just take really good care of us. And they also give you options to work after the season's done. They'll put you at a different location. I'm just gonna use something to smash these up. Let's see what we can find in the drawers. Yeah, this garlic press should do it, honestly. We don't have a ton. Just got some weight to it. Just gonna do this. That's crazy, pal. Well, our friend has worked there. This is now, I think, his 3rd or 4th season. And, like, we kind of helped him get out there. And we worked with him before, so I think it would be awesome. But that's, like, really fancy food in the Okanagan. Like, really high-end fine dining where, like, you're putting flowers on the plates and stuff. Whereas the food in Waterton is a bit more, like, everyday food. Stuff that you guys see me cook on stream. Okay, there's our crummies. Thanks, garlic press. There's one thing chefs are good at, it's being innovative. Nice, pal. And then the fun thing about the Waterton job, also if you guys want to check it out, I put a link to the hotel in Discord. So you can see the menu and like how it looks, stuff like that. What was I gonna say? Oh, they do a tea service. So an afternoon tea. So I would get to experience that as well, which I think would be fun. Okay, let's get a small pot so we can melt some butter. Is it clean? What is this? Clean or just loaded? Just loaded. Is it making you hungry, Barry? This is gonna be very tasty. Afternoon tea is always fun. I've gone to it once in Victoria when I went there with my cousin. And it was so nice, I will say that. How do I want to cut this? So 3 tablespoons of unsalted butter, not much at all. Just enough to get this holding together really so it doesn't crumble when we go to scoop it out later. Mickey, you've never had afternoon tea? It's based on or out of the UK. I would assume that's something that you guys do for from an earlier age, but maybe not. You should look up a place that's nearby to you because it's a really fun experience. I think you would like it. And yeah, the fun part about that job is I'd have like a junior manager role. I'll put a little bit more butter just to make sure. And I'd also have the ability to not like work every day in the restaurant. So say like if they are really busy with the tea service one day in the bakery, I'd be able to go help them out with that. So the chef is aware of my skill sets and wants me to actually use them, let's say. I said that sounds really fun. Okay, just washing my buttery hands, and then we'll get this melted, and then I think we'll take out the cream cheese to start softening. Isn't it beautiful, Scoots? So if you guys are like unaware of where Waterton is, it's like basically on the border of our province to the United States, and then the other side of our Waterton National Park is Glacier National Park in the States, and you can actually take a ferry back and forth. Let's go over to this stove. Oops, I did not mean to click that. My mouse area that I put it is a little bit small right now. Yeah, it's a historic hotel, so I think that would be such an interesting experience. So that'll get pressed in. Oh, and while we're waiting for this, I'll show you guys. Just mix it in here. I'm just gonna put a little bit of cocoa into the crumbs, and that's gonna flavor it chocolate. And there is not much cocoa in here. Do about a tablespoon, I would say. And see how that goes. And then if we want to add more, we can. The Fairmont, Vancouver. So that's where I had, not in Vancouver, Greek, but I did the Fairmont in Victoria. It was really well done. But mind you, this was like probably almost 10 years ago now. Nisa Lavin, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, 8 ounces of cream cheese, which is usually 1 brick. Take that out to start softening. I'll just put it above. And then while that's melting, I'm just going to quickly look in our Discord for a custard recipe. I'll look for vanilla custard because we can always flavor it with chocolate afterwards. Whoa, Nanaimo bar cake. There's some crazy recipes. Pastry cream vanilla custard. That must be it. 3 egg yolks, 3 cups of milk, half a cup of sugar, 1/3 cup of cornstarch. Okay, let's see how this compares to the milk amount in our recipe. 2 cups of milk they use. So if we make a 1x batch of that, that'll be perfect. I'm still not using it. I'm just gonna throw that microwave out, pretty sure. Let me tell you this though. It smells exactly like the day that I bought it. Or picked it up. Has Kate been too lazy to clean the buttery microwave? Yes. But are there other options? And am I also maybe trying to eliminate even having a microwave in my life? Yes. Also that. So if I have it dirty and force myself not to use it, then we're good. I don't know how my brain works, okay? Okay, I'm gonna turn the oven on because we have to bake this bottom layer. 350 Fahrenheit. Wet the paper towel in the wet paper towel in the microwave, turn it on, and then wipe it down with another one. Is it not gonna explode? Are you guys trying to explode my microwave? Next thing you're gonna tell me to put tin foil in it. It steams it. The butter will melt from the steam and you can wipe it. So I guess the reality of this situation is I'm not the only one that's done this. And you guys know the best way to clean it. So how many days did your guys' microwave stay dirty for then? Melted. Pour it over. And then we'll mix it all up. They tested them for a trial. Never a dull moment on this stream, honestly. The amount of stuff that we learn every time we're together. May have done it a timer, 12 scoots. Oh no. Smoosh it all together. Why does it look so dry right now? Okay, we're getting there, I think. We're slowly moistening with the butter. It looks so dry, Greek. How is this gonna stay in? Get more butter. Also, I'm gonna pour in the rest of the cocoa. Get the pot back on the burner. Nice, Maria. You looked at the menu. So a haskap is a berry. People say that I think it tastes like a cross between a blueberry and a raspberry. I just had it recently. But it is a popular berry that grows in this province and also BC too, where we used to live. It's like a more sour, kind of tart berry. It's really good. Like I had it in a horn-shaped pastry, and then they mixed the berry with a whipped cream and then filled it into the pastry. Holy shit, it was so delicious. Because like this tart berry cuts through the richness. When we went down there, this was what, like last August? I don't even remember when we were there. Maybe October-ish. I got, because we went for breakfast time in the morning, I got one of their brunch bowls with the smoked trout, I think, on it. And then some hollandaise. It was really delicious. So, like, I wouldn't apply to a place if I've never eaten the food and, like, seen how it operates. 3 times more antioxidants than blueberries. That's amazing. Yes, Bonk. Yeah, the worst thing to explode in a microwave is an egg, and I've seen someone do that, and we made them clean it up themselves. And let's just say they never did it again. It's from Japan? Okay, we're good with the next batch of butter. I'm just gonna pour it all in. I don't think you can have too much. Honey berry or a blue suckle? Not a huckle, but a suckle. Let's see if this even works to chocolify it. Yeah, I remember the honeysuckle. Remember on the island, it grew over the trellis, and then we always had the hummingbirds come to it. So cute. But yeah, it always, in the springtime when it bloomed, it was right in front of our window. Oh baby, this smells. Okay, that looks way better. See how when I smoosh it down, it actually stays together. It doesn't crumble anymore. The cocoa is starting to color it too. So now I'll just go all around and then probably do the rest of the mixing when we press it into the pan. But that looks way better. You can test it. You squeeze a handful, it actually stays together. So, well, now my hands are dirty, so we'll just switch right to this. You remember them? That makes me happy. clean off all of the goodness. Who in chat has had this dessert? And then usually I'll start around the edges just to make sure it's an even layer and thickness. And then we can finish press in the middle, nice and flat. Amp, you think antioxidants are overrated? How come? Looks like a day at the beach. Very nice sand. We could build a great sand castle out of this. That's actually a really good way to describe like how your crust should feel for any desserts. You should be able to build a sand castle with it. Yeah, I didn't follow the recipe, Scoop, because I'm clearing out my pantry. So I used up the rest of the graham crumbs, bumped it up with a few Biscoffs, and then dumped the rest of my bag of cocoa in, so like 3 tablespoons. Called it a day. Some people also will put some chopped pecans in the crust. I think I'll leave them for the topping because that will be nice, like some toasted chopped pecans on top, just to, instead of it just being all whipped cream on top. Some people will also do chocolate shavings. Maybe we can do that too. What does a pasta extruder mean? So if you've ever had a spaghetti, penne, any type of pastas like that, they are made by pressing a dough through an extruder. Hi, Lauren. Thank you very much for the resub today, guys. Is that our 20th one? Our 20th sub of the day already. Lauren, I hope you're having a good weekend. Thanks for being part of the kitchen crew for 43 months in a row. And she leaves, yeah, she goes back into the depths of the internet. Is sex in a pan dessert difficult to cook? This is the first layer. I would say it's not difficult to cook. And I'm even doing it the hard way today. We have a recipe linked if you would like to follow along so that you could make it for yourself. If you're so intrigued. It's the last one there. Dad's waiting for you downstairs. Well, you better not keep him. Just say hi to him for us. Say everyone from around the world says hello. Okay, next layer. Bake that for 8 to 10 minutes once the oven is hot. And they say prepare each of the pudding mixes next in separate bowls. So now we're going to transfer into making one big batch of vanilla custard that we're going to split in half. And then half of it will be flavored chocolate. Cute. I love when doggos know when their humans are coming. Little loons. Pell. How the heck do you have ads? Okay, so vanilla custard. This is such a different way to make custard, guys. I forget if this worked last time. I might do it a little bit different. So they say beat egg yolks, stir in the milk, mix in the sugar, cornstarch, and salt. And then cook everything together. So the way that I've made custard in the past, beat your eggs and sugar in a bowl, heat up your milk in a pot, pour your milk into the eggs and sugar, like about half of it, and then you can pour it back into the pot, Add your cornstarch with a little bit of cold milk and then whisk all of that back up together. So that's what we're gonna do. D ads with emotes. Okay. FCB, happy weekend, my friend. Hopefully you're not working too hard today. Thanks, Lauren. There was a beep over here, but there's nothing actually on. Do you see the confusion in my face? Weird. Randy says, is there something specific about the beef Wellington that makes it Ramsays? It is his recipe from his website, and it's one that I've used multiple times. Tried and true. He really does make a great beef Wellington. You heard that beep. Don't ask me where it came from. There's something in the walls. Okay, let's get 3 eggs out. We need 3 cups of milk, and then we're gonna go over to the stove top. Yeah, Torino. We still joke about it sometimes. Dude. Move out of the way, carrots. We need eggs where we're going. Trying to do as little as possible at work. I love that. 1, 2, 3. I mean, like, it's the weekend. Just get it all done early and then you're free the rest of the day. Perfect. Let me dig my milk out. It's in the very back of the fridge. A little precarious. We'll be okay. Okay, boom. So eggs and sugar together in this bowl. Nice. Our timer for the meat being wrapped is done. I'm gonna put this crumb in and now set 10-minute timer for that. Let me go grab our white sugar. We need some cornstarch and vanilla too. And then we will need some chocolate later. As long as it's not raw. Thought you have to belittle the beef before you cook it? Not here. And thank you, FCB, for the 53 months in a row with us. Guys, those resubs are getting up there. Half a cup of sugar. Sounds good to me. I don't like anything too sweet. That's only for the roast beef. Funny you say that, pal. I don't know if I say Levi and William, if that rings a bell for anyone that is online on social media. But yeah, we were watching them make a roast beef last night, and so they were trying to roast each other, but then they felt bad after. It was funny. Sunday roast. Get your roasts ready. Okay, next we'll crack our eggs in, but I think first we'll measure out our milk and get that in a pot heating up, because it's going to take a little bit. And we don't want to leave our eggs actually in the sugar for too long. Three cups of milk. Speak for yourself. Nice. Lauren's dad says hi to everyone. I'm glad. What are you guys going to do even? Just going out for foods? This is a 4-cup container. We will leave 1 cup out. An Italian dinner. Yummo. Hope you guys have fun. That sounds great. Well, yeah, they usually go for dinner, Bonk. But I'm always intrigued where they go. Oh shit, I poured that wrong. Thanks for distracting me, you guys. So we're gonna just heat up the milk with the sugar. It's fine. Okay, it'll be okay. Trust me, nothing bad's gonna happen. I'm gonna put that on a medium heat. Don't worry, it's all going in the same place, so we can put the eggs in still. Whoopsies! Me just thinking about lasagna at Lauren's Italian dinner. And that's where my head went. $6 off on lamb roasts. I love when they do that, Cooking Grill. It's my favorite thing at Costco. Actually, I love perusing really any meat section for all the little bonus sales in the morning. Oh, so you bought a lamb roast and ground it up? Now I want to make lamb burgers. Misha's at dinner too.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So it just goes to show you can have dinner at any time of day. I'm also making dinner. Whip up the eggs first, and then we'll put the whisk over in the milk. Yeah, you gotta do a Greek burger. Nice slab of feta on there. Holy smokes! Her sister was making lemon meringue pie. I want to live there. Like, they make a fancy dessert every weekend. But I guess you guys say the same thing about me. But nobody makes me fancy desserts every weekend. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, Sam.
What?
1 good glug of vanilla. Because, well, you can't call it vanilla custard if you don't taste it. Whip that up. And then, on the side. So there's 2 things that will thicken this custard. Eggs are 1. And then to really keep it stabilized, we'll use some cornstarch. Up to you whether you want to make a slurry with water or milk, but I think I'll just make a slurry with water. That is okay. But you could use some cold milk from the fridge too. And then we're gonna mix that. These are like really spotty. But we'll mix that with the cold water, and then once the milk is mixed with the eggs, that's when that gets added. And then it only takes a couple moments to finish cooking it. So 1/3 of a cup actually of cornstarch. Sounds good. There's my 1/3 cup. Careful, because it might get everywhere. And we'll just pour it in there and then add enough cold water so that we can stir it into a liquid and be able to pour it in. Whoa, the crust is really smelling good, guys. And there's still 3 minutes on it. It's smelling chocolatey. And then obviously the crust will have to cool before we put the next layers on. Layers of flavors. what this does. Nice. That seems good. I usually have it so it stays a little bit thick and like slimy on the bottom. And then you just mix it in right before you add it. Okay, let's go over. Hello? Mouse? There we are. Hello. Bring our whisk. Just tap that egg out. Stir this up. We don't want the milk to scald. Just get warm. And yeah, we have some sugar down there, so make sure you mix that in as it's heating up. But we already see some steam coming off. Let's go over back this way a bit. So I think we're almost there, actually. I'm gonna look at the next step for the cream cheese. I don't think it has white sugar. I think it's just powdered sugar. You're having bacon, crawfish, mac and cheese right now. You got that out somewhere? Was it expensive? Okay, 8 ounces of cream cheese mixed with 3/4 of a cup of powdered sugar. And they use Cool Whip for the topping, but we're gonna whip our own cream. That sounds crazy, hey? Crawfish, bacon, crawfish, mac and cheese. All right, guys, timer's about to go off on that crust and it smells like it's done baking. So I'm gonna take it out. Nice, it's sizzling. Turn off the oven. We'll let that cool on a trivet on this side. And then we'll also turn this off because that's steaming enough now. We can come over. Crawfish is more affordable than lobster, and you're not a lobster person. I think it's expensive here though if we try to get it. Maybe it's affordable like if you live where it is, just like everything else. Best mac and cheese you ever had wild mushrooms in it. I think one of the most unique mac and cheeses I ever had was done with spätzle. Was at a schnitzel place and they did it with speck inside of it. So like smoked pork. Whoa. Okay, so we're gonna slowly pour in the milk to the eggs as we are whisking so that we don't make scrambled eggs. Temper the yolks. Now once you got a little bit in there, you can just keep a steady stream. Hopefully this doesn't pour down the back of the pot too much. Looks like it might be though. Okay, so now that over half of it's in, just pour the rest. Nice, nothing on the bottom of the pot. Now we don't see any lumps in there, so we're gonna go back into here. Does it even qualify as mac and cheese? I mean, it is like a German dumpling or pasta, right? But that's why I said the most like unique version of a mac and cheese was definitely that. What wasn't in here, which I think I'll do, is just a pinch of salt before we do our slurry. I just realized I have like cornstarch all over my arms. Duck mac and cheese, but you didn't order it. That sounds good too. Okay. And then this probably won't like instantly thicken. Is this gonna stay? Okay. When we add this slurry, it's gonna take us just going back onto the stovetop on some heat, and then this will work its magic. So that's all stirred up. Now we can stir it in because we don't want it to get clumpy. Now back over. Canada gets their crawfish from Egypt? Why is it so far away? What? I love the things that we find out. That doesn't seem efficient. Okay, so now back on medium heat. I'm just gonna quickly go put away the sugar and the cornstarch. We're done with that, and come back with some chocolate. So we can chocolify the custard. Like a mix of dark and light, I think. That's what we need. And then we'll just get a bowl. Give this a stir first while we're here. So see how the top is foamy? Can you guys see that? Kind of like some milk foamies. So as this cooks, those are gonna dissipate. And when it starts to just get really nice and smooth, that's when you know your custard's done. At least that's how I usually judge my custards, and then taste it just to make sure all the starch is cooked out. One bowl for chocolifying. And then how do we do the cream cheese? In a mixing bowl, or you could do food processor. Okay, so they add some whipping cream to it, or Cool Whip. So we'll just have to first whip all of our cream that we want for the topping, and then the cream cheese layer, and then we'll whip the cream cheese after. Get the mixer set up while I'm waiting. We gotta whip it. Keep stirring this. Like every less than a minute almost, you want to stir this so that the eggs don't cook to the bottom of the pot and it heats up evenly. And again. And I'll go grab our powdered sugar. And the last little thing we need for our bowl. Okay, I felt a bit of thickness there. when I went to stir it. So now I'm not gonna go anywhere. This is starting to come up. And once it starts to thicken, yeah, it does not take long to finish this off. I'm also just gonna turn down the heat a little bit now that it is nice and high. So now the bubbles are starting to move to the outside of the pot. Can you guys kind of see that? And it's starting to thicken a bit. You can tell with how the whisk is moving through it. Okay, now it's thickening even more. And almost all of the bubbles are gone from around the edges. I'm going to shut that off now. And that looks good. Okay, let's come over. Adding Cool Whip to a custard seems to be the Minnesotan thing. A lot of these like easier recipes, and especially the ones from like 70s, 80s, 90s, will have Cool Whip. Just because that was what was mostly used back then. There's our custard. I'm not like super happy with the texture, honestly, on it. So I'm gonna do a quick straining through a strainer. I wish I didn't, but I mean, it's kind of hard to see. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too picky, but we want it to be really, really smooth. Let us see. Get a little ladle. Who's inspecting the ice cream that we eat? I don't know. Mary says double checking that it actually has real cream in it. You gotta wonder. People just use dry milk powder. I'm just gonna pour it all in through the strainer. It also might just be how it thickens, because like the bottom doesn't look weird at all. Let us see. And we don't need to put this back in the pot, so I would suggest soaking that. So now you can use your whisk, or some people use a ladle. And you just go around until it's all through the straightener. And then underneath, it's gonna be really nice and smooth. Yeah, there wasn't even really any lumps, maybe a few. What's this pastry cream for? This is for 2 layers in the dessert. And then we don't, well, maybe we do need the whisk to get the chocolate in there. I'm just gonna rinse that in case there's some lumps. And then I'll scrape off this with our spatula. And we also gotta read to see what layer goes onto the crust next. I feel like it's the cream cheese layer. Nice. That looks so good. Soak that strainer too. Oh yeah, Mary, you're saying like people are trying to make ice cream with seed oils. So pour around half of this out to cool. Looks good. Nice. So we're gonna add chocolate to this. And we wanna do that while it's warm. So that, I'm just gonna put it aside for a sec, and then we will have to put some plastic wrap on it. We got a dark chocolate and we got a milk chocolate. How much of this do I want to put? I'm thinking about a 1/4 cup of each, which will equal out to around 1/2 cup of chocolate added. Most ice creams don't use milk. I'm pretty sure they do. But I think most use like more cream, I would say. Let's see if this will melt in just like this. Nice. It's chocolified. And then with the mix of dark and milk, it's not going to be too much chocolate and it's not going to be too sweet. Make sure you go all through the middle. Okay. And then I'm going to keep this spatula for us to hopefully spread it into the casserole later. One last mix. There was some vanilla on there. So that was one of the harder parts of the stream. We'll take away the chocolate. We didn't need the ladle. And we'll come back with our plastic wrap, so that these don't create a film on top as they are cooling off. So we're gonna press it right onto the custard layer. No air allowed, because then it will make a hard film on top, and then you go to mix it back in and then you'll have lumps, which we tried so hard not to have. Like this one already made that skin. You can see when I mix it, right? Am I complete in the goal on using the pantry and freezer items up? Yeah, it's been actually going really good. Hi, Luminology. How's your weekend? Okay, so those can just chill, cool on the side now. Don't need this. Let's bring the mixer over. And we'll whip some cream. Oh yeah, I had John Stein just messaged me. I think it was last Sunday, but I didn't check my messages after I streamed last week, saying about the meetup. But yeah, there would be no way that I would make it there in like literally 6 days. Also, I don't have a current up-to-date passport, so that would be impossible. But I hope you guys have fun. Sounds amazing. I'm doing good today. Thanks for asking. It's really nice weather out. It feels like summer. Okay, so we only need about 8 ounces of either the Cool Whip or whipping cream. I'm gonna add some of the vanilla sugar in this as a stabilizer. Just because there's no way I'm gonna eat this whole pan of this in a day. So I'd like for it to hold up in the fridge for like 3, 4. The vanilla zucker. You got barely snow, high of 26. Bonk, you're at 18. Nice, guys. Oh, I didn't show you. There's the vanilla zucker. Bonus vanilla flavor. So we'll whip that to stiff peaks. And then cream cheese is over here. I'll open this up next. He would challenge it, wouldn't he? Careful what we wish for. This is the hardest part of stream, is making this dessert, guys. It is in depth. Like what? Crust, 2 custards, cream cheese, whipping cream. There's like 6 components to it. Washing off the spatula I was using earlier. It works really good for folding things together. You had the beef Wellington's hard to make? That's what a lot of people think, but I'm going to show you guys that it's not. Okay, we're getting close. Faster. I'm gonna do 1 scrape around the edge before we finish. Thanks for the follow, MP Chef. We'll do 1 more mix. When it just starts to look grainy, can we zoom in enough? That's when I stop the whipped cream. Because then you're going to start to make butter if you go any further. Doesn't take long. So now, we will just scoop that out into a container or a bowl. Let's just use all of the bowls today. I mean, we're on a roll. Let's just keep going. We're going to reuse the beaters in the bowl. Just cap it off the best you can. I tried. You didn't know that whipping cream turned to butter? You can literally buy a liter of cream from the store and make yourself butter at home. And then all you add is salt to it if you want it to last longer. And you're good to go. Homemade butter right there, guys. Maybe with the new jobs and stuff, that will be the type of content that we kind of go towards, because I'll be busier. I probably won't want to cook as much like in-depth recipes, but maybe we'll do like more tips and tricks, simple things like that. Bop. Someone agreed. Oh no. I put in the whipping cream everywhere. Okay, back on it. How to do laundry and let doggo out. You're a good person, Scoots. Okay, this isn't like super warmed, but it is nice and soft and mixable. So that's our cream cheese. And to there, we gotta add some powdered sugar. So I'm gonna first add that, I think. 3/4 of a cup. Nice. It is the best part of the recipe, Scoots. When I was young, a lot of times I just ordered the desserts to eat the whipped cream off of them. That's how serious I am about it. We had the beef tenderloin in the freezer. It came from a whole tenderloin that we bought and butchered ourselves. I think we gotta scrape the rest of that off. I feel like we're gonna waste it if we don't. Get the profit stick. Look at all that. Nice. Okay. Now my hands are good and dirty. Been learning towards making your own bread instead of buying sacks of bread. So maybe learning to make your own honey butter hemp is the next one. So easy. Just take some softened butter and some honey and mix it together. You can add a little bit of salt if you want to contrast the flavors. It's really good. Whip it. Nice, okay. That's going. So this will be the first layer going on the crust, the cream cheese. And then chocolate, and then more vanilla, and then the whipped cream. Okay, now that that's mixed together, I'm just gonna give it a scrape around the edge, because it's not like a ton, it's just one brick of cream cheese. Again. What type of bread are you wanting to make, Em? Have you looked at some recipes? I'll do one more scrape. And then we should be good. And then we just add a little bit of the whipped cream to this, just so it's like easier to spread. It's not as thick. Want that really nice and smooth and then kind of aerated too, so that it will accept the whipping cream and mix in nice and smooth. No lumps allowed. So I think I'm just gonna mix it with the mixer in, put a few little dollops around, and then just go really low speed. And if I see it's being weird, we can just mix it in by hand. That's all I'm gonna do because we gotta save the rest for the top. Let's see. That works so good. Okay, I'm gonna do one stop there and a scrape. And then finish it up. I know that sometimes there's a layer on the bottom of this. But it's looking really good. Whoa. We're gonna stop there, guys. Okay. There we go. We did it. So now, hopefully the crust is cooled enough that I can spread this on. It looks good. It does. I mean, if you're a cream cheese icing lover, that's halfway to it. Look at that. Almost looks like ice cream. Get all the goodness off. Oh no. Tried to escape. 45 minutes ago, you had a 70-mile-an-hour gust of wind. That would be scary. I hate when wind like rattles the whole frickin' building. Okay, one last little mixeroo, and we'll bring the crust pan over. Nice. Yeah, that's decadent. That's rich. Is there a beater cleaner? Okay, so no warmth like at all to this pan now. So in the time that we bake this and then make the rest of the layers, this will be perfectly cooled. Love that. Where's the beater cleaner? I don't know. Probably potatoing. I just ate a Fat Boy sugar cookie sandwich. Strawberry ice cream with your coffee. Ooh, I've never had like a strawberry ice cream sandwich. That sounds nummy, Mary. It is almost ice cream season. So drop little dollops around just to make it easier to spread it all out. Ghost Recon Wildlands Bonk, thanks for the report. Steam. The Steam report. Better watch out. All eyes are out. Okay, we got kind of messy, but maybe I won't wash my hands just yet. So once again, just like the crust all the way to the edges. I need to clean this too. I don't know if this is actually a good spreader. I'm switching it. I'm leaving this one behind. I'm sorry, I had to. It was just too good. That's the one bonk. Gets the offset spatula. Or pastry knife. Whatever people know it as. There's just something about it. So this is what it is. And now, you can easily spread everything out. It just works the best. There's a reason why pastry chefs always have this in their toolkit. Yeah, Samuel?
Yeah.
The custard's okay?
Yeah.
He tried the custard, guys. Because, like, I didn't when it was warm.
Oh, yes.
He says it's good.
Oh, yes.
Phew. Okay. Just this last little side. Sweet. And that is why we use a palette knife. And you just gotta scrape off the rest of this. Little evening out. And then we'll keep this for the next layers.
They're $12 on Amazon, so you can
Mm. That's so nice and light. Okay, how warm is this? Okay, the custards, guys, are too warm to put on right now because that would melt. The warmth of that would melt the cream and the cream cheese. So we are gonna try to fast track these custards. I do have room in the fridge. Okay, sounds good. Let me just get these custards in. Beautiful. And then switch back to the beef momentarily. I'm just gonna leave this back here because it shouldn't take too long for those to finish cooling. So crumb, custard, cream cheese, and whip. That's basically all done. What we've done so far on our Wellington, we have it wrapped up so that we kind of change the shape of it so it would wrap up really nice in the puff pastry. So I bought just a frozen puff pastry for this today. This one's really nice because it's made from butter, as it should be, and then there's 2 pre-rolled sheets inside, so I'll just show you. And obviously we want these thawed and able to use. So it's still a little bit firm, but that's good. And then I'll just pull probably both out just in case we do need them when it's time to wrap. But for now, that can stay in the fridge. We don't want that to get too soft because it will be a nightmare to work with. So I think the next step is we'll make our mushroom duxelle. We have some wild mushrooms that we're gonna blend into a powder. We foraged these on Vancouver Island and then dehydrated them. And now we are compounding our pantry, making it smaller. So I'm just going to make it into a mushroom powder because I feel like that's something I will use more than just having the mushrooms whole and dried. And then we'll get some of those, we'll cook this into it, and then that has to cool before we wrap it around the beef. But these are the last steps, and then we just need to get some potatoes boiling, prep our broccolini to roast, and then do our quick sauce. I don't think it's gonna take too long. So going back to the recipe from Gordon, what does he say? Finely chop the mushrooms, fry them in a hot pan with olive oil, herbs, and some seasoning. When the mushrooms release their juices, continue to cook for about 10 minutes until all of the excess moisture has evaporated. Really important. Then it says you are then left with a mushroom paste known as duxelle. That's the French term. They were enoki. I didn't want to get anything too strong of flavored. And I also just needed a small amount to pair with the wild mushrooms. So yeah, we just got this little pack of enoki for $3 today. And then yeah, that mushroom paste will be spread onto the prosciutto pieces, and then you wrap that around the meat. You've never had these? Let's check them out. So these are enoki mushrooms. I often have these in like ramens and stuff. Does it say the name on it? Okay, also known as, it says down here, white beach mushrooms. White beach mushroom. I also like this little guy. Dooch! Little thumbs up. Or white shimiji mushroom. That's how they are. They have a long stem. Ah! We lost this little button. And then the bottom, the only thing to be aware is they have like the inoculated stuff down there. So you just trim that off. And I also thought those were going to be really easy to cut up. Almost half of the work is done for us. So we'll fry those up in a pan. Just get the pan out. But we'll get those chopped. We'll get the mushroom powder made. And then it can all marry together. Oh, the other one that we can do as well first, while we're working on the mushies, is sear the beef. That is one of the steps. I'm gonna put this on a plate so that we can season it. China, Korea, and Japan, these mushrooms grow naturally. Okay, so that's our beef that we have reshaped. Let's get some salt and pepper. We'll open this up now. I'm gonna move this offset to back there for now, out of our meat area. Use a knife to open the ends. Yeah, the origin of those mushrooms, it said imported from China. But you'll probably see them, like Bong said, imported from Korea and Japan as well. Holy! Look at how much that helped shape it. Like, guys, when we started the stream today, this was like a flat, square piece of meat. That helped so much. It looks like it was always like that. So now we'll season it around all sides because it's a pretty big chunk. And then I'll get our pan heating on the side here, medium-high heat, with a bit of cooking fat in it. Because we just want to brown the outside, we don't want to cook it through. gonna use some tallow that I strained off of a stalk. Put the beef fat with the beef. Let's see if that's enough. Okay, so that's heating on the side. Grab a pair of tongs. Flip that over. Did a pretty good layer of salt on both sides. Nice. Okay, the fat is heating up. But we'll wait for it to get really nice and hot before we start cooking over there. So in the meantime, take this out. And then I usually just try to keep it grouped together and then trim off the bottom all at once. Like that. Go away, and then these little chunks that we have like this cut into a lot smaller sizes. I'm just gonna kind of rough chop them, honestly. Really? And then what? Beef fat. I just took it off of the heat because it was bugging me. Like, maybe calm your horses over there, please. Tell me more about the liquid that you had inside. I know, I was getting mad at it. Could you tell my attitude? Okay, let's just get it into the pan. She's ready. She's popping. In the meantime, I'll keep chopping up these mushies. But we'll babysit the beef. No shirtless searing in this kitchen. Better watch yourself. So these will go into the pan after the meat is seared on all sides. Get those cooking, and we'll flavor them up. Some herbs, maybe some garlic. How's this? Not browning yet. they are all chopped up. Nice. Okay, now we're getting some brown in. See that line? You don't want to sear too long on each side because then you'll start to actually cook the meat through. So just try to get it browned the best that you can. If you have to crank the heat, do that. Turn that fan up a bit. Nice. Okay, now I'm going to flip it on that side. This little piece of meat stay on, hopefully. Oops, the light was already on. Let's grab some garlic from the spices, and I think just like maybe a poultry herb spice. I really like that with mushrooms, and it goes good with beef because the meat will hold up to the stronger herbs. Whoa, it was kind of stuck there for a sec. Okay, last side of searing, and then we can just put it back onto this pan. Looks good though, guys. Building up that flavor. Whoa. All right. Now we can turn this down a little bit too. The mushrooms don't need to be cranked. But we'll get those in right now while everything is really hot. Ooh, dropped all the mushrooms. No, not all of them, like maybe 3 little chunks. This is how you end up with very flavorful mushrooms. Clem, how's your weekend going? Thanks for the resub. Good to see you. You've been with us for 43 months in a row now. Let me just mix up these shroomies real quick and get them seasoned. But it is good if they brown, because that's going to create flavor for us. And then you'll also notice that they will soak up a lot of the fat when you first put them in the pan. But then they'll start to release their juices and it will all be okay again. Samuel. Some salt and pepper on these for sure. We don't want a bland mushroom mixture. Do we gotta come closer? Maybe. Yummo. Garlic. Because why not? And just a little bit of some, it's like a mixture of thyme, marjoram, sage, rosemary. All yummy herbs that go with mushrooms. And then all Gordon said was just make sure that you cook this until there's no extra liquid in the pan. So we're almost there. These mushrooms aren't super wet, let's say. And then that can just probably live in the pan or get scraped into a bowl. Your weekend's been good, Clem? You were dreading having to go to the grocery store, but it turned out great. Did you get anything exciting? That looks good. I think I'm gonna have a taste. Really good seasonings on it. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off. Those have great flavor. So those will keep drying out there. Where are we at? I guess we will scoop them out of the pan because we want them to cool off so that we can put them on our prosciutto layer and get this all wrapped. So we'll just scrape it into a bowl. Hot pan. You know you cooked out all the liquid when the bottom of the pan is dry. Okay. In the meantime, let's get the blender so that we can make our mushroom powder. Samuel, do you think you're able to put the layers on the dessert? The custards are probably almost cooled. I think it's really easy, you could. I just need a bit of help. Please and thank you very much. Get the dry blender container used for spices and stuff. Okay, where did I put all my mushies? There they are. Excited to see what we even have. Also, how loud is this gonna be? You can help too, Scoots? Thanks. Scoots is like, I will be paid in bites of dessert. You're on a mission to find your favorite turkey bacon, but it's been discontinued? Oh no! Multicolored tortellini with spicy chicken sausage and raspberry strudel. That's funny. That's what I made for my clients this week, was a chicken and tortellini dish. But I did like a rosé sauce with the chicken and put some spinach in with the tortellini. So this, before we go along, they're not labeled, but just looking at these were once upon a time chanterelle mushrooms. One of the more expensive mushrooms. And I'm gonna leave those separate from the lobster mushrooms.
What layers would you go first?
So the cream cheese is already on.
Yep.
And next we're gonna do the chocolate pudding. Just feel it, make sure it's cooled enough. I had to put it in the fridge. Is the bottom cool now? Not yet? Okay, so then you're gonna do the chocolate, and then you'll do the vanilla and the whipped cream. And then these other mushrooms, you can see the color of them.
Lobster.
Lobster mushrooms. They're really like an orangey red on the outside, and then when you cut them, the middle is white. So we'll blend the chanterelles first by themselves, make a little jar of that, and then we'll do the lobs. Mystery mayhem, what's happening? You can't guarantee how much whipped cream would be in the dessert. That's like when I make it too, or help. Order the cooked mush. The smoke was coming out of the top. Mushroom dust, yes. Dusted.
15-minute timer up.
Tap, tap, taparoo. Whoa. Back away. It's not that type of mushrooms. Imagine if it was, though. So that's chanterelle powder. I'll just get a small jar. I need this one. Yeah, seed the earth. There's still a few chunkers, but most of it is blitzed up, and that's what I'm going for. It would get too dusty in here if I kept going. It honestly almost has this like Parmesan-esque smell to it. And like if you look at the color, it's kind of like orangey. Cool. So then I'm excited to see what color the lobster goes to when we blend it all together. Hopefully like this really vibrant orange. Yeah, a mystic mushroom has appeared from the smoke. Load it up. Such an interesting smell. It's like fruity, floral, earthy, sweet. Look at how big this one was. That means it was like the size of my head when we picked it. Okay, all we're gonna do is turn the blender on. Let it do all the work. Working good. It almost looks like there's paprika mixed in it. It went more red. There's one big piece just chilling in the center. It says, I will not. Tried not to dust it too much. Give it a tap. That's all of them. Oh. It looks like popcorn seasoning or something, or like a barbecue rub. If you gave this to someone, they would not guess mushroom powder. Let's just say that. It's trying to clump, and I don't want it to like all fall out at one time on the cutting board. Wiggle it. Wiggle it, jiggle it. So all I'm gonna do with the wild mushroom powder, it's really getting in my nosy, is just crust the outside of the fillet with it now that it's seared. Whew. Whew, hey. That was easy though. This would make a very good mushroom soup. I mean, for a while there, they were saying that mushrooms were gonna save the whole world. Is that still a thing, Bonk? Okay. We got our beef seared. Cooked mushies here. How do I want to do this? Maybe just like sprinkle it. Nice. We're gonna crust this with wild mushroom powder. Got distracted. What was I saying? Oh, if they're still saying that mushrooms are gonna like save the world. I'm just gonna spread this out with my tongs now. The juice is coming out. Are mushrooms gonna save the world? That really went into all the crevices, didn't it? All right. That's good. I feel like we got a lot of mushroom flavor onto there. That'll be straight umami. Do I maybe need to do these edges too? I feel like it would be weird if we didn't. Everyone should be eating more mushrooms. Stay. Stop falling over. There. It's gonna fall again, but that's okay. Okay, hopefully these are cooled. Yep, they are. I mean room temp, not cool, because they haven't gone in the fridge. But now let's get our prosciutto. Woo! Let's get the puff out to start warming up. I would recommend taking it out of the box because it's going to stay more firm if you keep them together. Take them out of the box, start warming up. And then what we need to do, I think we'll get another cutting board to put this prosciutto on and wrap the beef, and maybe for the pastry too. Keep it clean. Okay, so you got prosciutto or Parma ham. Looks really nice. Really, really meaty. So we are going to, how many pieces does Gordon do? And also, do I need a little bit more light in my life? 8 slices, but he did 2 pieces of meat. But I think I'll probably do whatever we think will be needed to wrap it. So this is what's gonna happen, is we'll put the meat on long ways so that we can wrap this around the other way. So just as you stack these, think about how it's gonna wrap so that you don't get any holes. So maybe I'll stack it like halfway through the other one. Nice. You did some yard work. Hope it went good. It's going good now. We're almost at the point of wrapping the meat. And then everything else, for me at least, I would say is easy. That looks pretty good. I'm kind of eyeball here. The length. I might do one more just for good measure for the edges so that they can get neatly tucked. Put that back in the fridge. That was about half of the package. Glad we got a big one. And from here, I'm gonna come back to our duck cells that were cooked. Just get a spoon to spread that out. So I think I'm just gonna put that on this bottom layer here. If I was being really particular, I would have chopped that a bit more fine. And then all that would do would help the mushrooms not like fall around when you go to slice this open and eat it. But I'm okay with that. The flavor on there is like garlic and herb. It's so good. Okay, so now we have our seared and mushroom crusted fillet of beef, also been seasoned. That's going on top of that now. I'm gonna rinse my tongs. Actually, I don't think I need these anymore. And does he say how to wrap this? Oh, I didn't do the plastic wrap underneath, but that's okay. We can do that after still. Roll and tie it. Okay. Is this gonna fit? It's not. We're gonna need more pieces. We're gonna need a middle sealing piece here, or two. You guys will see what I mean in a sec. But that is not gonna fit around this massive chunker. It's a good problem to have, don't worry. But we're gonna do this. It'll be the glue that holds it all together. You'll see. I might do actually even one more. Because this other edge was peeking out too. Can you really have too much prosciutto? I don't think so. So now it's gonna stick on to its own self. Tuck in the little bits that are hanging around. Get your edges really nice. Oh. Okay, that's gonna be where we need the plastic wrap to come and save us a bit. Was this side. Good thing I did another one. And then this I'm gonna like pull up there and then just seal that up like that. So it's roughly wrapped right now. I'm gonna go grab another sheet of plastic and then we'll get it done the rest of the way, same way that we shaped it earlier. Yes, Mary, it would be very bad if the plastic was left on. Don't leave the plastic on in between the layers. Scoops, you know I'm a wizard. Okay, so gently just pick it up. Place it on there. I'm gonna keep this for when we roll the pastry. Can get rid of this too. Maybe we'll just do this. Get back on there. Okay, so this was the bad end, so I'm gonna tuck that side in first. Is this gonna even fit now? Barely. We've added so much layers. I'm gonna do another sheet of plastic over. She's a thick one. And now, same thing as before. You can roll it. Try to get the air out because it'll be easier. I'm gonna tuck in the one edge if you need. And then go back over here. Squeeze all the air out. Tuck in the other edge. Okay. And then roll it. And roll it. Nobody's even gonna know what's in this package anymore. Like that. And now we'll tie the edges again. I mean, not really that we have to tie it, because in the short amount of time that we get the pastry rolled out, I don't think it's gonna matter. That's exciting, yet it is. I always remember, like, being in a house, the yard work can really add up, especially in the spring and summertime. Okay, we're gonna leave that out of the fridge because we're cooking it right away, so we don't want to cool it back off. Let's get into our pastry. Are we gonna need some egg wash? That I don't know if Gordon put on the recipe. You're hoping you get a few more storms before you do the backyard? Like the cleanup so it drops more branches and stuff? Yeah, so we want 2 egg yolks beaten with a little bit of water, and it says a pinch of salt actually. So the puff pastry I buy, it says it's pre-rolled. So we don't have to roll it any thinner. From your Overwatch interlude, nice. Pell, we have our meaty morsel pack, crusted in wild mushrooms, wrapped in prosciutto with some garlic and herb cooked mushrooms around the meat too. And now we are just getting our pastry ready to wrap it. See how that kind of cracked there? I don't know if you guys can see enough. As I'm rolling it out, it just means it's a bit cold. So if that's happening, just give it a little bit of time because you don't want it to crack. And then I'm thinking because of that size, we will definitely need both of these sheets. Thank you. I think it's gonna turn out good. It's always a bit daunting, like even for someone like me to cook this, because when you put the whole package of the Wellington into the oven, it's not like you can watch it cook like a steak does on the grill. So it's kind of a guessing game and then hoping that it's beautiful, which is also a fun part of making a dish like that. It's like, did we do it? Oh my gosh, we did it. Yay. Okay, while these are thawing a bit more, I'll get the egg wash going. I didn't do the Dijon mustard part. I left that part out. I just like the prosciutto mushroom part. But if you love mustard, then you can do it. But I have someone who doesn't love mustard in this house, so I didn't. And he says thank you. Did he say yolks or whole eggs? just yolks. I'm just gonna do 1 whole egg whipped up. Doesn't computer. Not like mustard. I don't know what type of German he is, okay? But they make them in all different varieties. He's the non-mustard kind. Are you talking about, what is the brand? Hanover's? The honey mustard pretzel bites? Or the sweet onion ones? I've never had the cheese or buffalo flavors. I feel like those are new. This is gonna be for 2 people, Luminology. I think the hunk of meat was around 8 or 9 ounces before we started wrapping it, because then you have to think we added the mushrooms, the prosciutto on, and then the pastry, so it gets pretty large by the time it's all come together. So yeah, you'll have no problem feeding 2 with this amount today. Just a little bit of water in there to loosen it up. Scoops, you love mustard. I mean, I don't love it, but I'm definitely not opposed to it. Okay, that is ready to roll. How are these? Softened up? Yeah, right, Bonk? Lots of German dishes with mustard, it's true. You love mustard so much, you got some maple stone ground mustard before you left New Hampshire? Nice. I remember when I went to France, I made sure that I went to Dijon, actual place. And yes, that is where Dijon mustard is from. I got some fancy mustards there. They were really nice. Some different grainy ones. Okay, let us, I think, how do we want to do this? First we need a pastry brush. I think we're gonna brush this all over with egg wash before we put the meat on. Kind of just leave a part in the middle there. So this is going to be the bottom. I actually think we'll have to do some of the outside of this, because this is going to come up around the bottom, and then we'll wrap the other top piece around that. A sweet hot mustard. I know that one's really popular. Cut open our little meaty morsel. Whoa. Drop it right there. It is really stuck together now, and see how I put this seam underneath? That looks great. So what I was saying, I might trim some of this, but we'll wrap this part around on the bottom and then place this over and then kind of just press around the sides to seal it all up together. Just trim a little bit from that end. Got my pizza cutter here. Yeah. This works really good for when you work with puff pastry. Trust. And then we can also reuse these. Just throw them on the sheet pan when this bakes, and then we'll have little pastry bites. Sprinkle them with some shredded cheese. Oh wee. Now you're on a way to a yummy appetizer. Was this too far up? Maybe a little bit. Cheesy pastry twist. Never a bad time for that. So pastry is like perfect temperature, I would say right now. I'm just gonna tuck this in like this, kind of fold it. Try to do the same on the other side if it will stay. Keep that up there, nice. Nice, nice. And then fold this up and it should stay. See how there'd be no way that that one piece would have wrapped around this morsel, even if we didn't trim it. And now we're gonna egg wash the outside of this. Yeah, exactly, Bonk. Don't tell anyone, but the amuse is just a fancy pastry trimmed off from the Wellington. It would make so much sense. I mean, I always appreciate if restaurants do that. Like they tell you about it. Yeah, to save on food waste, we did this instead. I would be like, wow, that's cool. All right, next one. Should we pre-trim it, I feel? Because it won't be the same as this other one was. Turn that for a sec. We need like quite a small one now. Just enough really to wrap over the top. You could always pick it up and like kind of judge. Oh, that wasn't super straight. That's okay. It said it had English and French origins. I mean, nobody really complained about extra pastry, did they? So now, try to center this the best that you can. We're gonna press this all the way around to try and make it look really neat. One little tip, I think I got some kitchen shears. This will also help you with finishing this part. I'm going to trim this corner and then we're gonna make a slit. Maybe like not too big of a slit, but that way it'll lay flat. And then keep pressing to the next corner. Or it should lay flat. Maybe I can do it a little bit more of a slit. We might be able to use actually those pastry that we trimmed off and make a little design on top. Okay, that is all sealed up together. $18.99. I know they said in one of the like LA newspapers or something, did they say 1903? One of the first mentions of like a fillet of beef en croûte. So that's where the French part comes in, en croûte, wrapped in pastry. And then the Wellington part is English. make a little work area for ourselves here. Some of these are already egg washed, so I'm going to try to use those first. I'm gonna see if I can do a small lattice. It doesn't really want to stay on though, now that it's egg washed. Oh no! That's what you guys wanted, the lattice? I forget if I've done the other style where you put like the slits into the pastry and then just put the whole sheet on. Okay, let's see. I can tuck that under when we put it on the sheet pan. And now we do opposite. So this one is gonna have to go under that first one. Bring it a little bit closer. You try to keep them like even distances apart, right? And let's try to do just one more over here. There's also a Polish reference of this dish. That's interesting. It's like so much food history is like that. We don't know where this came from. Okay, I'm stopping there, because that looks good. And then we just have these couple of pieces. Maybe I'll leave those triangles. Do one more egg wash, because some of these are not, before I wash my hands, because I'm very sticky right now and eggy. And so the egg is going to help things stick together, as well as make this really nice golden sheen on the pastry. And then the only thing you really want to make sure of is that there is an even amount of the egg wash, because you will be able to see the spots that you missed. Not the most amazing looking lattice, but let's switch it up. Hopefully Samuel's gonna start layering that dessert now. Okay. I'm gonna get some potatoes into a pot, guys. Don't know why I put the butter tot in the sink earlier, because we're gonna need that too. Okay. Sheet pan. This ain't no quick and easy Sunday. Rolling a foil underneath. That didn't tear nice at all. Way more than I could have ever needed. I hate that. Yeah, the veggie option is a beet Wellington. And then, like I said earlier, too, you could also make a salmon on croûte. Is really good. I'm gonna lift this up just with my hands and then wash them after I place it. So just be careful that when you lift this, you don't make a hole in the pastry. And then basically where you put it, that's where it's gonna live. Get rid of that. Alton is made of pork Wellington? That would be yummy too. I've never seen that, but I could really see that be good. Okay, so one thing he does say is we want to chill this now before it goes in the oven. This is how it looks. I want to use up these pastry bits. Just make some twisties on the side. Hopefully it turns out good, who does? It's so shiny right now. A 15-pound chunker of pork loin? Holy smokes. Okay, this is actually perfect. I think it'll fit. No problem. Get out of the way, carrots. Samuel's coming for this. Perfect. This is chilling. Oh, it just fits. Oh. Okay, guys. All of the hard parts of stream are complete. I'm just gonna wipe off the board before we do our quick veggie prep. And then we'll be done within the next hour. I know it's a bit of a longer one. But stream will be completed in an hour or less. That's the part where you guys sit around and drink. Right. All the hard work's done. Now you can just wait for it to be finished cooking. I'm gonna have a sip of water. You guys should do the same. So good. Okay, the Wellington is complete. Potatoes boil. Broccolini roast. Bearnaise sauce. I'm gonna go to the Bearnaise part. That's our butter pot from earlier that we are melting. So we're gonna add some more butter to the pot. I think I'm literally gonna add the entire rest that we have in the fridge. And we're gonna start clarifying that. Maybe a little bit less than this. I usually like to do around 1/3 of a cup of butter for 2 portions of a Hollandaise style sauce. $20 for 15 pounds of pork. Pork is so cheap though that you can actually find that. Especially pork loin, I find. Not that many people cook it, especially in its whole form like that. People will most likely just always buy pork chops. All right. over to the stove top. Whoa. Oh no. I see what I did here. I hit my gimbal and it broke. One sec. I hit the cord. We're good. Get out of the way, pan. Go back to the small burner. Samo's back there creating deliciousness. Okay, so that we will boil until we have cooked all of the dairy out. I'm gonna go take a really quick bathroom break right now before we finish off the stream so I don't have to stop later. I will be right back. I have returned. Nice. The layers are thin. Are you gonna be able to spread the cream? These are the questions. Okay guys, I'm gonna put a few things away just because the counters are getting a little bit too crazy for me. While Samo finishes that. Sorry, I didn't hear that as I was walking away. Nice. I don't currently feel like doing dishes. We thought we'd never get there. Reversing. Where's my potatoes? My tasty taters. Nice, pal. Broke it down. 4 chunks, couple rows, pulled pork, something else. Y'all up in Canada and northern USA states may get to see the aurora tonight. I was telling Samo about that last night. Right? What did I call, or was it this morning? What did I call it? I forget. But they had a fancy term to it, Bonk. And we liked it. An eruption. I think they just put out the statement last night. That's okay, Samo. We'll cover it. I don't think I had enough whipped cream, guys. What are we gonna cover it in? We'll decide after. He's in the cleaning of the bowl land right now. What does that happen?
Oh, you were asking me? I thought you were asking Chad.
Holy shoot, where's the ceiling gonna go? Oh, well, my plan was to put it in when the Wellington came out. That might be a better option. It's too scary in there. I don't want to put it on the top shelf and then it comes tumbling down. That's so crazy how some of you have still never seen the Northern Lights, but it also makes sense. I hope that one day you get to see it. It's a pretty cool feeling. I mean, sometimes they're so good here that, like, even us being in the middle of a city downtown with the light pollution, we can see it. Just blotting my face. I got a bit sweaty there while we were going ham on everything. Okay, so the butter is clarifying. This is what I usually call the first foam stage. Got a really, like, white colored foam. And then that'll cook off and then it'll go to more of a clear foam. So in the meantime, I'll just kind of watch that. We'll get our potatoes prepped and into a medium pot. They're just going to be boiled simply with some water and salt, because those are really good to soak up the Bearnaise sauce, which the butter is going to be for. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, when it's too cloudy and you should be seeing the aurora, but you can't. We've gotten skunked a few times like that as well. So we'll try and leave the skin on these as much as possible because that's all good vitamins and nutrients. I think I'm just going to cook maybe these 5. Like 1 potato is gonna be good enough for me. Get the peeler, clean off anything that doesn't look so nice. And then we'll quarter them up, leave them nice and chunky. That one is a soggy potato. That's why I'm using it up. The rest of these are nice and firm still, though. Soggy potato. Whoa, what is in there? I love that, Mary. Walk out your back door and you can see them. But it's good that you know that you are blessed, because not everyone gets that experience. Butter's still bubbling back there. I also try to pick potatoes that were around the same size too, so they all cook at the same time. Yeah, I think I'll just quarter these. That'll look nice. And then it won't take forever for it to cook either. after this, we'll prep the broccolini on a roasting pan, and then we'll get that oven on. Maybe even sooner. I think right after this, we'll get the oven on, so it can heat up while we finish prepping the rest of this stuff. Cold water into here, just enough to cover them. You don't need to fill the whole pot. And those will probably boil in around 20 minutes. Rinse the knifey. No bland potatoes allowed here. Now those can just hang out on the stove top. I'm gonna get a little napkin just to clean up all the splatter from when we were searing the meat. It is nuts over there. Don't need to have any grease fires. Okay. Oven is going on to 425 Fahrenheit. Everything's just coated in grease. Guys, what is everyone else eating tonight? I haven't asked yet, and I usually do. Okay, potatoes boil. We got the butter for the Bearnaise. We just need egg, tarragon, and a little vinegar. I'm gonna give this a swirl and loosen up some of those dairy solids around the edge. See how it's starting to change and how it looks? Starting to go more clear, and then those bubbles have now cooked into dairy solids. Okay, prepping one more sheet pan. We will trim up some broccolini. I think I'll just dress the broccolini with a bit of Italian seasoning. That was really good last time. Caponata beans. Oh, yum. And polenta there. Just going to go to lurk mode to make it. I hope it all turns out good. Caponata beans. I would eat that. I really like caponata. We've made it before on stream. I think it was in the summer when the eggplants and everything was popping. That butter's almost done, guys. See how the bubbles are clear now? So it's almost clarified. We're not trying to brown the butter either. Just trying to cook out the dairy solids in it. So this is the part where we don't really go anywhere now. We gotta babysit the butter a bit. And I'll try to keep it in this pot so we can pour it into the bowl from here. So I've turned off the heat. Those bubbles will dissipate as it cools off. Take it off of the burner too, otherwise you could potentially burn it. I might even just put that on a trivet right now because the stovetop itself is really warm. And that is all good to go. You know what? I'm gonna turn on the potato pot too, because those are okay if they're done a bit early. Best part about the starch in the potatoes, it'll keep it warm for a long time. You want to triple the caponata for the amount of polenta it calls for, so do it. stew it up. Recipe is just a guideline. Okay, broccolini. I'm also taking the Wellington out, guys, and then putting the dessert into the fridge so it can firm up. The broccoli, we're just gonna roast it all. Because, well, when veggies are pre-prepped, I'm more likely to eat them all. So this is like a sprouting variety of broccoli. The stems are really like crunchy and sweet. I really like it. And then you just kind of watch the florets sometimes, because as it gets older, they will start to flower. Which, not a bad thing. You can still eat the flowers. But we'll have to pick through some of this. There's a few funky leaves. Let's just get it all out of the bag. This has already been in the fridge for a week too. But looks like it lasted really good. We can probably say though that brassica vegetables, anything broccoli, cabbage, kale, etc., last quite a long time in the fridge. Pick off any leaves that don't look good. We'll also trim up, like, we didn't have any brown stuff like that before. And this whole one is not that good. Make a good pile and a not so good pile. There. Good pile up there. Some of the leaves are really nice. And yeah, keep those on. That's tasty bits. That one wasn't that nice. So the Wellington's gonna bake in the oven for around 15 to 20 minutes, it says. The broccolini will take around the same time to roast. So that's perfect. And then we'll just have our potatoes and our sauce on the stovetop. Guys, everything's still timed out. What the heck is with this one? There's like no broccoli even on it. All stem. I also said to Samo, like, I'm making a fancy meal for us today. I mean, one, to use up the piece of tenderloin from the fridge. But this is like one of our last kind of fancy meals that we're going to be able to cook in a house like this. I don't really know what the staffacoms are going to be like. It's a little treaty. Are you okay, Samo? You're not okay? What did I lose? Oh, nice. Just a poopy leaf anyways. You still don't get how the beef cooks through in the Wellington. It's magic, bonk. I don't like this one at all. We'll just get rid of the whole thing. Right? Like the fact that we seared it, did everything like that already, and then somehow it doesn't make the pastry soggy. This is the biggest stem ever. This is wild. But like I said, the stems are good and crunchy and sweet, so don't trim all of it off. That one is not good either, really. Okay. Two bad ones. think my other, like other than the salmon en croûte, my other favorite meat wrapped pastry is definitely sausage rolls. And those are really easy to make at home too. I find that actually a lot of the times a butcher shop has a really good sausage roll. Do you guys ever snack on those? I can feel my throat getting dry again. Fill up the water glass. Like, what even is this? Does that even count? A couple more pieces. Okay, so obviously Ramsays restaurants have beef Wellington. But I was just trying to think of like what other restaurants have this? Just steakhouses usually? Maybe some? But I'm just thinking of like a bunch of restaurants I've gone to. You don't often see beef Wellington on the menu. What? What is this person saying? Are they just like self-promoting their friend's page? All right. Oh no, we got an immature human. Those kinds are the worst, especially on the internet. Well, we know what to do with those. Twitch makes it really easy. Excuse me. Nice, Bonk. Thanks. I was just going over to do it. That got kind of weird. Carrying on. Our broccolinis all trimmed up. We're going to now put it on the sheet pan and then we'll dress it on here. Samo just went straight for it. I'm good for like joking around and stuff, but I don't think I have time anymore at this point in my life for people like that. Unfortunately. Like, I don't know. I'm like mid-30s now. I just can't do it. Salt and pepper is definitely needed. And then I'll go grab some olive oil and some Italian seasoning. Leftover spaghetti and meat sauce. Did you even prep enough spaghetti extra for yourself so that you don't have to make any today? So first we'll drizzle our oil so that everything can stick. Stuffed shells. You guys are pasta-ing it up. And then yet it is was making like tortellini. That sounds good, guys. It's always a good day for pasta. I'm pretty sure I could live on that if I could. If my body processed it better. I wish. So I always say in another life I was Italian. It's not this one. Sprinkle the salt, and then I really like this blend of Italian spices, freeze dried. So much better flavor, honestly. There's like chunks of like onion in there and stuff. Red pepper. Tomatoes from the garden even. Now you're just making me jealous. I'm hoping maybe this summer I can have a garden again. We'll see where we end up. Even if it's just something small, like growing a tomato plant or two. Man, do I miss that homegrown stuff. So this is called broccolini, Lady Death. And it is like a sprouting version of a broccoli. So these little things will flower pretty quickly, but the stem itself is really crunchy and sweet. I really like it. You're like me, Mary, we're cleaning out the fridge. It's good to do that, especially like when the seasons start to change. Sometimes you have stuff hiding in there for months and you're like, whoa. I'm just gonna go crazy tossing it around. I don't care anymore. Just trying to soak up all the oil. Get everything tossed around with the salt and pepper and coated with some herbies. Nice. Now we can lay it back out so it roasts up evenly. Don't keep it piled on itself. And then you can just roast this or treat it the same way as broccoli, which that's always nice. You know, I think we're gonna split this one. It is so big. Before I wash my hands, go down the stem and just split that in half. That one was like double the size of every other one. Yeah, that is true, Bonk. Be careful with the floret part. You don't want to go too high of heat because like Bonk said, you can like carbonize or just burn, really overcook the flowers. And then it doesn't taste as yummy. Nice. Potatoes are boiling. Our oven is still heating up. And the last thing that we have to work on is just our Bearnaise sauce. We have the butter already clarified. Yeah, they will be crunchy, that's true. They will get crispy. Let's do a little bit of reading. Broccolini for roasting. Our Bearnaise sauce. I do have a recipe linked for this if you want to follow along. Prep time 10 minutes, cooking time 10 minutes. Yeah, about that, honestly. It says it makes around 1.5 cups, which I think will be accurate. I did around 1/3 cup of butter, clarified. Well, maybe they did more. So they did 3/4 cup. And then I was only going to do 2 egg yolks. They do 4. So we'll be making half of this amount because I'm only making it for 2 portions. So yeah, there's a bit of garlic in the spice blend itself. There's like chunks of garlic and pepper and onion in there. And so that's why I tossed it all together early so it can soften those things. It'll be really good. I've done it before with asparagus and it's really good too. Okay, so really we need our tarragon out. In this recipe, so there's white wine vinegar as well as white wine. I'm not putting any white wine in this. I'm not buying alcohol before we move because we're just not big drinkers and it'll sit there. But we will do the white wine vinegar. I'm gonna just treat this like a hollandaise rather though. I'm not gonna steep the tarragon in the wine and the vinegar, but that is a very traditional way to do this. And then you add shallots in there and it's a whole thing. I'm gonna do butter, tarragon, egg yolk, salt and pepper, and a little bit of vinegar. And I also have some fresh lemon here, which I love to add at the end for some extra brightness. So we can get a bowl. We'll need a couple egg yolks. The last bowl to rule them all. But I think we want to make this while the stuff is in the oven. So we're going to get everything ready. And then once everything goes in the oven, then we can start making our sauce because we don't want to make it too early. Pal, garlic tastes good on most things. You're not wrong. Suzy Q's, that is such a good seasoning, Bonk. We do need more containers. We used it really fast, but that's when we were on a tri-tip kick. Okay, so a couple eggers. Just the yolks, though. What do we got left in here? Almost used all this up. I used to do 3 yolks when I made hollandaise at home, but then I always felt like we had too much left over. Can you guys hear the potatoes boiling in the back? Sounds good. Does this feel hot? It feels nice and hot. I don't know, I kind of want to put the stuff in the oven. It's going in. It's going in to the oven. I'll set a 10-minute timer. Get the broccolini in there as well. Do I want to switch those pans around maybe? We'll put the Wellington on the higher rack so it can brown a bit on top. We'll put the broccolini on the bottom. "10 minutes on the clock." You got some for Lauren. She's already used it. She said it's yummy. It is so good when you don't feel like just salt and pepper. It's perfect. You bought Maldon flakes, Mary? She got the fancy salt, people. Whoa, that sounds delicious. Lady Death, roast garlic, mixing cream cheese for a dip. Yes, please. Okay, we need a whisk. Grab that while I'm back here. Grab the white wine vin. And then you just gotta chop up our tarragon. And I think I'll poke the potatoes because I don't want them to get mashed or too mushy. I want them to hold their shape. They're getting there. They are getting there. Okay, so we're gonna crack our eggs into here and then fish the yolks out. wash up the handles. So we're not gonna whisk those up or anything yet, just leave them in there. I'm gonna put the butter back on the stovetop so it can be warm when we add it to the eggs. Put that to the side. Like that. Our tarragon. This is really good, I always say, in mushroom soup too. So that's why I thought a Bearnaise sauce would go so good with the potatoes and the meat today. A tablespoon of tarragon chopped. So I'll probably dehydrate the rest of that and then use it as a dried spice or herb instead. That is the tough part about buying herbs, is it always comes in such a big pack, even if you just need a little bit. So pick that off the stem. I'll chop it up nice and fine. More like tarragon. Thought on adding tarragon to mayo. You know, it's pretty much what we're doing today, Mary. To me, like hollandaise is just a different version of what mayonnaise is. It's around all the same ingredients as mayo, except they just use butter instead of oil. But you're gonna have the eggs, lemon, salt, pepper, around very similar ingredients. It's just the fats that change. So for sure it would be good in mayo. And we'll add this right at the end to the sauce so it stays green and you get the freshest flavor. And then I'll just cut a little bit of our lemon off here to squeeze. Bearnaise? You mean it's not made from bears? Fell. It's like mayonnaise, but Bearnaise. So that'll be our little nub to squeeze over when it's all mixed together. Cut through all the richness. And then we will add the white wine vinegar to the eggs when we are ready to mix this sauce. When this 10-minute timer goes off, that's when we're gonna mix the sauce, I think. There's our taters, and then I just stuck our butter just on the middle part of the stove here because it's warm since the oven's on. So that's warming for us. Then I guess we just need some plates. And then something to slice the Wellington on. Serrated knife for that. We'll need a cutting board. I'm not gonna open the oven because I don't want to let the heat out, but let's have a peek with the light on. The pastry is starting to cook. Things are happening. I feel like the 15-20 minute timing though is kind of pushing it, but we'll see. poke our potato again. So the knife should go through, but it shouldn't be falling apart. It's on here. Yeah, maybe 3 more minutes. I was gonna say closer to 5. All right, in the meantime, I'm gonna do a quick little kitchen cleanup. There's not that much to put away. We've done good cleaning as we go. It's been a day, Scoots. It's been a cooking kind of day. One of the longer ones we've done in a while, hey? All those things are finishing. I'm doing some dishes. Is that ASMR when people do dishes? I feel like it would be. I'd probably fall asleep. No, Pal? Does it sound like you're peeing? It gives you flashbacks? Flashbacks to when you were a dishwasher? Why does everyone always have bad dishwashing flashbacks? What did they do to you guys? Oh no. The sink's filling up. What is going on here? Oh shoot. That's what this story is? Aw, Pell. Now you made me sad. Well, I'm glad you didn't have to do it forever. Let's just say that, right? That's what I'm gonna go with. Okay, 10-minute mark. Sad little Pell. No way. Don't even give me that. There's no coloring really on the Wellington, but the broccolini's sizzling, so that tells me stuff is happening. I'm just gonna temp it from the side. Oh, like 78 internal. We got just under double that to go. I'm gonna crank this up 10 more degrees. This oven sucks. Should have used the convect for it. It probably would have been amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna do another 10 minutes. And then we're just gonna turn off this pot of taters so they stay nice and warm in there. Blacking out? That's crazy. That's always when I know my mental health is bad, is when I start to get insomnia. And it's like, oh, I gotta deal with my own self so that other people don't have to. Just take the potatoes off of that burner, otherwise they'll keep cooking. Okay, we almost got the top rack loaded. We're doing it, people. Clean as you go. You got time to lean, you got time to clean. That is the same in restaurant kitchens. Perfect. When I said use every bowl, I meant it. She meant it. The cast iron pan just tried to take out my veggie peeler. But it's strong, don't worry. It survives. So the potatoes, guys, we're just gonna strain those, and those can go right on the plate when it is time for that. And then, yeah, just making the sauce. Patience, young grasshoppers. I got mad at someone earlier because I thought they were gonna trauma dump, and I was like, I don't listen to stuff like that here. But somehow yours always makes me laugh. Like, not against the things that happen. It's just the way that you say it. Your stories. I'm always intrigued. Whoa! It's looking good in here. Cleaned up. I think I can fit this big board. Yeah, I think when you have situations like that, from like a young age, it just kind of makes you view the world differently. Sweet, that feels better. Rinse out our cream. And then we are getting into our Bearnaise. It is time. First dish load ready to go. Guys, not even a cloud in the sky. We're going for a walk tonight. It's happening. The puffs around the side of the Wellington are baking no problem. But the Wellington itself, taking its sweet time. Which I'm sure it is going to because of that huge chunk of meat in there. The 15 to 20 minute bake time was a lie. Liars. Do we need to write a letter to Gordon Ramsay even? Because that's who wrote it. And then all it says as well, bake it until the pastry is golden brown and cooked. It doesn't even get you to like tempt the inside of the meat for doneness. And then one other thing, you gotta rest it for a little bit before you carve it, it says. BS. It was just my trivet moving back there. Sounded like there was something in the cupboards, though. I mean, we can also say, like, this recipe is from 2013. No one has done a rendition to it. Like, some of our food bloggers that we use recipes from, they will update these recipes every year with changes that people have shared from the comments and stuff like that, which I always appreciate. That's why I always read through the comments. But yeah, this one, the text is from 2013, and it's not been redone at all. Jelly, you're hungry now? We're almost there. Here, let's switch it up. We're gonna start making some Bearnaise sauce. Maybe we can do a little bit of learning. It's like, even I don't really know too much history about Bearnaise. It's regarded as the child of hollandaise sauce. So hollandaise is a mother sauce. Bearnaise is a child because it's a rendition of hollandaise. The sauce's name derives from the province of Béarn in France and is a traditional sauce for steak. Although the sauce is a French invention, it caught on in the Nordic countries in the late 20th century, where it forms a major part of local steak cuisine with steak and fries, and is also occasionally used there as a topping on pizza. Whoa, that would be so delicious. Bearnaise on pizza. I'm like drooling as I read that. You need to start cooking again. Too much DoorDash. It's easy to get like roped into that, right? You just get like on this habit of ordering food and then you don't stop. But yeah, it's important. Like, maybe if you're someone that struggles with like figuring out what to cook every day, try to organize it. Like, on one day a week, you'll pick like 3 days that you'll cook yourself easy things or something, and then find the recipes that day. And then you already kind of have your schedule for the week. And it won't be like, oh, I have to cook this today. Maybe you'll be like more excited, right? Oh, I get to look forward to like making spaghetti and meat sauce like Mary made herself. It doesn't have to be anything too crazy. You could even start, like, this is a good example. The things that you order on DoorDash, try to make yourself. That's a good way to eliminate that. Checking on the Brocco that Bonk was talking about that gets super crisp. Good thing I did. We don't want the tops to burn. I'll take them out now. And then we can always put them back into the oven when the Wellington is ready. Just gonna not put it on the hot burner. The pastry has not... Oh, it's just starting to puff. Cool. I was gonna say, it's not puffed at all. So that's already the 20-minute mark. It's about to go off in 20 seconds. I'm gonna do another 5 and then I'll take a peek at it. On the edge. So the way that we do it, pal, like we do Uber Eats here. And then if you sign up to their like membership, Uber One, you save a lot of money that way. Like, a lot of times you don't pay for delivery. And then we only usually order food when it's buy one, get one free. At least then you kind of maximize what you get and you're not paying hand over fist for it. But then you gotta watch, because some places will give you a BOGO, but they'll just split one portion into 2 and still charge you the same. So you gotta know which places are actually honest or not. Let's whip up our eggers. First, we'll put a little bit of this white wine vinegar in. For hollandaise, I typically just do lemon, but white wine vinegar is traditional to this. It goes good with the tarragon. Ordering McDonald's from across the street. I'm judging you a bit, but not that much. Because that's all it is a habit that we build. There's nothing to say you can't change it. Just this shitty part is it usually takes us about 8 weeks to fully build a new habit. So like 2 months goes by. Okay, actually no, I won't do any salt and pepper yet. So just mix the egg with our vinegar, and then we need to heat the egg up a little bit, kind of get it ready to accept the butter. We don't want it cold. So we're gonna go over here now, where the butter is currently sitting warm. Just move that up. That's where I'm gonna put this bowl. It's hot still, a little bit. And now the residual heat from the stovetop underneath is gonna warm this egg gently. We don't wanna make it scrambled egg. And it will start to get foamy like this that you're seeing. That's a good sign. And then you don't even have to turn on a burner. Most like chefs usually do this on the flat top where you cook a lot of breakfast items. So it's just like a flat griddle. So you can take it on or put it on the heat, take it off as you notice what the egg is doing. So you can also see it gets like thicker too. I'm gonna take this off of the heat now because you don't want it to get too hot. Boss man, you are late, but it's okay. We'll accept it. I hope you're having a good day. What do you do if you turn it into scrambled egg? You just start over. You just have to start over. So it's only 2 yolks, so don't feel that bad about it. It's not like you're working with caviar or anything like that. Hi, Burly Earl. Hope you're well. And then what we're gonna do, kind of same as making the custard earlier, if you're around for that on stream, we're gonna whisk this as we add in the warm liquid. Earlier it was milk into the egg, now it's butter for our sauce. And it will start to thicken and emulsify. If you don't want your bowl to roll around like it is right now, you can put a cloth underneath, which I might do, but it's kind of fun at the same time. Thank you very much, Jelly. Gifting this subby to Boss Man. Better late than never, I always say. Okay, so when there's a little bit of butter left now, as you can see, we've whisked most of it in. It looks like this. So it is one fluid mixture, but now we're gonna go back onto the heat. And you'll see it'll go like more white, and we'll start to aerate it a little bit. We're doing good. Thanks for asking. It's been a busy day of cooking. How's this? Oh, it's starting to brown. I'm gonna switch it around in the oven. I'm glad I looked at it. Guys, it's almost there. Maybe like 3 more minutes I put on. The only thing is I really don't want the beef to get overcooked. But I don't think it will. Because like the pastry won't puff up until the inside is what it should be. This burner right here, if you can see in the back, that is the exhaust from the actual oven that's on. So if you do find that you need a bit more warmth, you can always put it on there and it's just a bit more high powered. Starting to lighten up a bit in color. How is the bottom of this? Yeah, it's barely warm, so we can get it on there. That's fine. And we just want to keep stirring the whole time so that the egg doesn't sit on the bottom of the bowl and cook there either. Because it will. Okay. Starting to look more saucy. Let's add the rest of the butter in. Bearnaise and hollandaise are finicky. They are. But that's why I like to show you guys, like, doing it by hand. It's not like I make it all the time, but man, is it like something special to have with steak. And obviously Eggs Benedict, one of my favorite breakfasts. Hello, friends. Thank you so much for the raid. King Caius, I hope I'm saying this right. Welcome on in. How is your stream and what did you get up to? We are just finishing things up, making a challenging sauce, I would say, for most people that cook for themselves at home. This is a Bearnaise sauce, which is the child of hollandaise sauce. Okay, I'm gonna give them a follow, just like the rest of you guys should. Hello, Mystery Mochi. Thank you for the follow as well. We got R2X NZ, Meekin Pie 24, Chaos, King Chaos. Thank you. It's Chaos, but that's fine. I was drawing, but we were talking about cooking and cooking streams, and I thought I'd send them here. That's so fun. What did you draw today? And thank you very much for that. My timer's going off right now for the beef Wellington, so we better check it out. I think it's done. I'll take the internal temp of it. Okay, we gotta look at this side. It's better. Whoa! I'd like for it to be a bit more golden, but what I don't want to happen is the beef to get overcooked. So come over here. I'm just going to take the internal temp of it. Okay, we can go longer. It's only at 95 internal, and we're going more for like a 120. So we can get it more golden than that. You know what I will do though? Take off some of these pastry twists that we made from the excess. Ouch. That pan's hot. It's starting to burn my hand. So we'll check that in 5 minutes. Finish up our sauce over here. It's looking amazing. Thank you. I haven't made this in a long time. Almost like a bit of a challenge for myself. And we had a chunk of beef tenderloin in the freezer to use up. So this is always a fun one to show people because most people are really scared of making this for themselves. Thanks for the follow, Artifacts. And if you guys are on Discord, I've been streaming on Twitch for over 7 years now, and that's where we post all of our recipes from stream and obviously hang out while I'm not live on Twitch. So definitely join that. There is lots of tried and true recipes if you like to cook for yourself. So now that the sauce is nice and thick, put the tarragon in. I'm going to turn that back down a little bit now. So this is what makes Bearnaise sauce, is the herb tarragon. And I'm going to taste it, because we haven't added any salt and pepper yet either. That's my husband, Sam. I'm a chef, and he's also a chef too, so you'll see him coming in and snacking on my stuff and trying it. Okay. It always needs salt, but tasting it is a good way to see how much you should add. This is like literally the richest sauce that you guys can make yourself. Butter and egg yolk. You're also a chef? Nice. Can I ask where in the world you are? We're in Canada, in Alberta. So then to also contrast salt, we're going to use some lemon. Those play off really well from each other. You never want to contrast salt with sugar. That's something that we're taught in culinary school. It's the acid that you will want. And then together they will balance out the rest of the flavors. Northeast coast of America? Nice. I hope one day to get out there. We have some people from our stream community that live there. Okay, so whisk that in. One more taste, but consistency is looking good. So I'm gonna get rid of the whisk now. And we can just switch to a spoon. I'll go like a bigger spoon. Get it all away from the edges. So that'll be for serving, and then let's have a taste. A charcuterie board? Oh, you're talking to Scooter. That is perfect. I always find it takes the salt like a couple minutes to mellow out into the hollandaise or Bearnaise when you make it. So that's good that we made it a bit early. But yeah, it's not too rich that all you taste is butter, guys. And then I'm not sure if you were in when we added just a little bit of white wine vinegar to the egg yolks themselves. "45 seconds on the timer on the welly. And then I think we'll be taking that out to rest. So this can go live just on the stove top, not on a burner that's on, but just on the stove top itself, where it will stay just nice and warm. The thing about that is we just emulsified egg yolk with butter. If it gets too cold, it's gonna harden and become a rock, because that's how butter is when it's cold. If it gets too hot, you're gonna end up with scrambled eggs and melted butter. We don't want either of those options. So that's why we want to make that sauce as close to our serving time as possible, and like don't plan to hold it for really more than an hour at a time, because the eggs are raw in there. I think it's perfect. It's looking good. It's all puffed up now. Okay. Butter is your behated. I like that. Tastes great, but makes recipe temperature annoying. I really like cooking with butter. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard the whole seed oil thing, but everything just tastes better with butter. Check this out. That's where she is in all of her glory. Do we need a little bit of lights in our life? Nice. I'm only gonna wait 5 minutes. That's all I can wait. We've been here for 4 hours. We can't wait any longer. So, in the meantime, I'm gonna put the broccolini that I would say we like perfectly roasted, just starting to get crispy on the tops, and then we took them out of the oven. Just put that back in to stay warm while we're waiting for 5 minutes. And then I just have our boiled potatoes sitting in the hot water back here still. We peeled off whatever skin didn't look good and then just quartered them. Salty water, nice and simple, because I thought those would be a great dipper in this sauce. Now you can strain that, but they're still hot, so that's perfect. That's why we left them in there. Okay, move over pastry twists. Gotta sneak this cutting board in. We're gonna take the Wellington off of the sheet pan because we'll have to slice into it. Yes, that sheet pan is very hot, so be careful, guys. This is like freaking 4 pounds worth of food. It's amazing. I think we'll keep the spatula because that will be easy to lift up the half and put it on the plate. Squidge, I think it's gonna be really good. I went more like medium rare with it than more medium because it's tenderloin in there. We don't want it well done. No medium, no well done. A medium is definitely pushing it. Okay, and then just the plates back here. Good to go. Dun, 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 dun. Should we do this on the side? Get your plates ready over here. Can you tell it's getting late on stream? The sun is starting to set. It's getting dark inside. 2 minutes still, guys. That's how long 5 minutes feels, though. A literal eternity when you're at this point. Wild Haiti, welcome in from the raid. I hope you're doing good. And for those of you new here, so I typically stream Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Saturdays and Sundays are our cooking streams, and then Fridays are usually games. And the cooking streams will start at 11 a.m. Pacific if you want to know the schedule. I think we gotta like move this out because it got so dark on this side. There we go. Get out of there, plate. It really like opened up. So inside of here, not sure if you guys have had beef Wellington before. I'm sure you've all heard of it. So you start with a chunk of beef tenderloin that you season and sear, put it into the fridge, and you kind of shape it more into like a cylinder. Wrap it up nice and tight. And then you cook some mushrooms, cook all the liquid out, season them up really good with some garlic, herbs, salt and pepper, let those cool. And then we laid out like a blanket of prosciutto on a cutting board, put the mushrooms on top of the prosciutto. So they were layered, so there was no space in between. Like shingled, if I say that, you guys would know. And then we put the meat on top of that and wrapped the mushroom and prosciutto around the beef, and then the puff pastry. You're in UK? Sweet. Yeah, so this dish has a couple origins we were learning today. It's partly from the UK. The Wellington part definitely is. And then the pastry part, people are saying the en croûte is more French. So it's kind of a mesh from two places, but isn't that awesome? I'll take it. I'm okay with this. Okay, that was our 5-minute timer. Let me just move these little pastry pieces out of the way because we try not to waste any food here. We're gonna go for the cut in half. Samu?
Yep.
You gotta come witness the cutting, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes we need someone here for backup. I'm excited too. Oh no. The moment of truth. One note I will say on this recipe just before I cut it, the timing for baking it was 15 to 20 minutes, but I'm pretty sure we baked it for 35.
That could be for a convection oven, not a conventional.
Let's see what the Ramsay recipe says. He just says 200 C gas for 15 to 20. Well, I don't have a fancy oven like that. Okay, guys, this should be the halfway point. Look at how good we made the lattice, too. It's holding together so good. I'm not trying to hide. It's just where the camera is. Holy, it looks crazy in there. The meat's like falling apart. When I was slicing it, whoa. I'll show you guys this one too. It's heavy. So I definitely went more rare on mine, but I like it that way. I'd way rather have this than have meat that is like going gray and starting to dry out. He also said to rest it for at least 10 minutes. That was only 5 minutes. So we break a few rules here, but we try not to break too many.
Which one are you doing for photos?
Okay. So now I also want to show you, just because we put the hollandaise back on the stove to sit. So it's always going to try to make that film on top. Should be able to stir it back in and have it smooth. Don't get freaked out by that. It might still be mooing. So this is going to be the least cooked part in the middle, right? And then as we taper to the outside, it is going to start to get more cooked. So what you're seeing is where it is going to be the most raw. Now, we've already seen the middle. Come in with our sauce. I'm going to just do a small like nappe over so it flows over, and then some on the potatoes. You want me to switch this for you? Just fill that one crevice. Oh, it's gonna be tender. Whoa. So Wellington was very in-depth, but you can see that we paired it with some really simple sides. Boiled potatoes and a roasted vegetable. So we could really focus all of our effort on the meat and the sauce. Just gonna disconnect my other camera and I'll take a photo, but Samo can get into his. Okay, friends. Now we eat. Even sexy jazz tunes in the background. I should turn it up. I can't really hear it. First things first, get out of the way. Vegetables. How do we even get into this? I'm left-handed, so I'm gonna go, I think, this way. Nice thing about tenderloin. You should be able to cut it with a butter knife.
It's tender.
Another lefty chef. We've had convos because I've worked in quite a few kitchens and like places over Canada throughout the years. Almost every single kitchen I've worked in has at least one left-handed person working in it, maybe like 2 or 3. First bite. Oh no! My meat's trying to leave. Don't. You broke your elbow? Ouch. It's crazy good. I put a lot of pastry around the outside, so it's a little bit thick in some spots, but it soaked up all of the flavor from the inside. It's crazy. See if I can get another good bite for you guys. Yes. That is exactly how I wanted it cooked. Not sure if you guys know a lot about Canada, or at least where I live, but the province of Alberta produces most of the beef that we use in the country. So I grew up eating a lot of beef here. So I might have it a bit more rare than you guys like. The juices, like that to soak up the potatoes. Thank you, Burley Earl. I appreciate the 100 biddies. Okay, I'm just gonna wash my hand. I don't even want to know how much this would cost at a restaurant now. But that is something we try to do here, is make a little bit more fancy food for yourself to save some money and then practice your cooking skills. $45 a plate. Yeah, probably an arm and a leg. So another thing that we did is we bought an entire beef tenderloin that was not trimmed at all. We know butchery. So we saved money buying it in its whole form compared to getting like, one roast for like $80, right? Then we got more cuts of meat out of it. Even got some of the trim pieces you can use for stir fry. And then yeah, I like to compare it, like how much is this plate gonna cost if I was to go out to a restaurant and pay somebody else to make it for me. Whoa. The potatoes swiped and all this stuff. They're like melting in your mouth. The potatoes are so tender. Okay, last thing, I'll eat a piece of tree for you guys, to show that I had my veggies too. Perfectly crunchy still. They are tasty tree bits, Bonk. They turned out great. Samo ate all his, so that's the real test.
That's it. Okay.
So I don't usually finish my plate on stream. I usually just have a few tasting bites. And yeah, there's been times that I have been not happy with it. That's okay. It's important to learn from the mistakes that you make. He usually does clean plate club here though, but that was a massive piece of beef. So I remember one of you asked if this was gonna feed 2 people. I could probably have done 3, but we don't want to share. Happy accidents. Thank you, Bonk. He's done now. Do you want to try the dessert or we're saving it for tomorrow? He says tomorrow. We made a crazy dessert if you guys have ever had sex in a pan. But he can't get into it and I can't. And it should probably firm up overnight. Make the joke. Do it. I think we're all adults here. Usually, at least. Sharing is caring, boss man says. Guys, that was good. A bit of a long one, but man, was it worth it. Bonk. Was it a pan or Pell said it was a pot possibly too. You got options. Okay, who are we gonna go raid? We gotta look for someone to go drop the crew off to.
Those mushrooms were a good choice.
The enoki mushrooms were a good choice. Oh, I forgot to say the other thing we did on the meat was a dried mushroom powder around the outside. Oh shit! We didn't even make the shrimp.
Oh,
I wouldn't have had time anyways. We want to be here till like 6.
I'm good.
So we didn't make any garlic shrimp. Are you okay?
I'm good.
Get him thawing. Holy frick. I went a little bit crazy on the menu today. I'm sorry. It's freezer clean out time.
Garlic shrimp on the menu?
I had garlic shrimp even on. Who did I think, like,
What time do you want to cook?
how
till
many
6?
hands do I have?
We cooked until 6 today?
You're telling me the shrimp fried this rice? It did. A Butterfinger version of Better Than Sex Cake? I'll take it. Okay, it doesn't look like food and drink is bumping, but let's see if we know anyone. Wait, there's another person making beef Wellington. We gotta go see them. Chaos Kitchen, beef Wellington. Her name is Agent Jacqueline.
Yeah, I've got more bites.
Now he comes for more. First weekend of spring, everyone's out trying to enjoy it. I think we're gonna go for a walk. I mean, for health reasons, we probably should after this. When Samo nods, that's when you know.
Like an hour, but I'll definitely go.
Yeah. Agent Jacqueline. Okay. Getting it set up. Let's go spread the deliciousness. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific, and we are cooking some Chinese style foods. Don't know if you guys watch Formula One, but we both do for many years now. And they're racing in Shanghai. Holy shit, that looks good. Tomorrow. So we're going to make some Shanghai style foods. Shanghai noodles, Chinese style takeout chicken wings. It's going to be nummy. And yeah, no F1 spoilers. But our theme for Sundays is quick and easy, 3 hours or less. So not nearly as long as today. Guys, thank you so much for being here today. I know you guys crushed my sub goal by like over double. So thank you so much for all your contributions, bits, raids, follows. They all mean something. And don't forget to pop in our Discord when we're not live. I fed my husband too much good food. I'm going to hit this button. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day, night, wherever you are in the world. Love y'all and hope to see you next time. Bye.
Bye.